What is up, folks? Greetings and happy Saturday. What is up, everybody? What is up, itinerant soldier? What is up? Go one Twitch. Is that how I read that? I'm not sure. What is up, Ritsugen? What is up, lurkers in chat? What is up, VOD viewers? What is up, everybody in general? Hope you're all doing well this Saturday afternoon. It has turned into talking on stream yesterday how I've been terrible at keeping my ostensible schedule of starting at 1 p.m. on Saturdays, despite an intention of wanting to do Saturday streams even earlier. But here we are, it's 2:36 p.m. We're just barely getting started. What's up, Mr. Manny Rods? But I guess that happens when I do late night Friday streams. It doesn't make it easier to get things going in the morning on Saturday. I was actually on track to get started earlier today, but a few things came up and I had to make some arrangements. I had to look at some stuff and I had to get some things taken care of for the holidays. Breakfast timing? All right, well, I'm happy it works out. That's the thing. I've been doing streams on Saturdays for a long time, but I have been kind of shuffling the schedule around. Like it sometimes it depends a little bit on my other goings on. Sometimes it fits better for me to do in the morning, sometimes it fits better to do it in the afternoon. So it's a little bit in flux. We'll see, but here we are. It's 2:30 and we're about to get gaming with some more Bond action. And indeed, well, it is called 007 Racing. I'm not sure if it's a racing game or more like a driving game. I'm not sure if we're going to be competing in races. I really don't know much about this game, but we're going to find out together. I know that some people have expressed excitement looking forward to seeing this game. I think there is, a little bit of it is based on the fact that it's such a unique game in the pantheon of Bond games. It's the only, well, I shouldn't say the only car-focused games, because there's like the very original Atari 2600 game where you drive a car. There's 007 Car Chase for the Commodore 64. But as far as like more civilized games for a modern era that people might actually know about, it's the only one that's like fully immersed in driving action. I think some people are excited because I don't think this game has a very good reputation, so maybe the game's not going to be very good. Some people think that's very fun, and who knows, maybe people are excited to hear my take on what this game's going to be like, partially because it doesn't have a very good reputation. I mean, that's kind of my hope, right? Like I hope that it's going to provide an interesting and unique experience that other games won't. I hope that I will have something positive to say about it in the end. I would hope to be able to get an experience out of the game such that I will have something positive to say. No such guarantees, though, I suppose, but we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. But yeah, we were playing fighting games yesterday, and I'm shocked. I'm still in shock that we had as few technical issues as we did, and that's even counting the fact that we played a PS3 game. PS3 games are always cursed. There's always newfound ways of causing a technical ruckus as I'm trying to get stuff working. And even my capture card, which always has a little bit of a hard time switching back from component input to HDMI input, didn't even, like, I mean, I can't say that there was no hitch or it didn't skip a beat or anything. I mean, it did lock up and freeze and crash, but normally when it does that, it takes not just OBS with it. It kind of takes, well, it's not fair to say that it takes Windows with it, but to fix the issue, I typically need to like fully reboot, if not my entire computer, everything, like at least sort of restart Windows, because usually what happens is some process, like freezes up and Windows won't even allow me to force quit that process. It'll just tell me that I don't have access to do that, which is a bit fucked up. And then it's just like it won't fix itself. But here it just sort of like the process actually died, which is significantly better than it just locking up and not being able to. So I just restarted the capture and it just worked. So I'm a little bit in shock that that went as smoothly as it did. But anyway, yesterday was fun, and I've been for the last few days unsure of what to do on today's stream, because I had planned continuing Astabros through today's stream, but we ended up finishing it on Wednesday. We had very, very smooth progress on Wednesday's stream when we finished the game. So it was kind of between 007 Racing and going back to King of Producer, which I still absolutely will want to go back to. But I was reminded of the fact that we still have one more The World Is Not Enough game for the Game Boy Color after 007 Racing. And I was like, holy crap, I found myself in the situation which is exactly where I did not want to be, which is having inadvertently taking such long breaks in between games that the time between having watched the film and playing the last of the games based on it is just like probably over a month at this point. Well, at this point, and we haven't even started it because we got 007 Racing first. So by the time we get to The World's Not Enough for Game Boy Color, I feel like I might just have to watch the movie again to remind myself. It was a pretty enjoyable movie, so that's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not how I wanted things planned out. I also wanted to make a little bit more progress before the end of the year. We are on mission 22 out of 50. A while back, I had this wild idea that it would be nice to finish 25 by the end of the year. That seems unlikely. I mean, it's perfectly doable if that is what I'm focusing on for the entirety of December, basically. But I don't think that's not what's going to happen, probably. I reckon we'll finish 007 Racing, and I'll be pretty eager to get to The World's Not Enough on Game Boy Color. But if we manage to finish those two games, I think I'll be pretty happy there to take a little bit of a holiday break. There's going to be some seasonal programming. I will have a little bit of time off work. Maybe I'm going to try to play some games on or off stream, both, that I haven't been able to make time for. And we're kind of kicking things back up in January. I think that's a likely scenario. But who knows? For all I know, 007 Racing might be an absolute behemoth of a game that will take the entirety of December on its own. I've expressed this before, but I'm like trepidatiously sort of looking forward to being at that point where the Bond games are going to be a exercise in like patience and just perseverance more so than skill. Like, I think at some point we're just going to get to games that are sort of modern enough in their sensibilities that they won't have sharp difficulty spikes or even like being too difficult in general. Because even though I don't necessarily consider completing a game from start to finish like my ultimate goal, I'd like to do it. I didn't take no, shame in deciding that a game is too difficult, or I'm not having fun, or I've seen everything I need to see and we'll just move on. But anytime I put myself in that position, there's a risk of feeling that we aren't properly exploring and investigating the games as thoroughly as I would like. And I can deal with bad games. I can deal with boring games, especially if I'm streaming. I can entertain myself by monologuing, and I can even better if I can have a dialogue with chat. But if I'm just frustrated and I run into a wall and I don't know how to progress, and I try multiple times and I just don't feel like I'm getting any closer to overcoming the hurdles, that's what will kill my enthusiasm faster than anything. And thankfully we haven't had too much of that. We've had games like GoldenEye was incredibly frustrating in places. But we were always able to make a little bit of progress. And of course, that was a game that had a lot of people, a lot of viewers, a lot of people in chat who were very invested. It was easy to get advice and help if I needed it. So it was ultimately a relatively smooth like journey of making progress and always moving forward. But I think still, like, once we get to, like, arguably we might still be there, but or already be there. But like at a certain point, like if you look at kind of game design sensibilities, at a certain point, you look at a game and you can tell that a game is designed in such a way that anyone who plays it is expected to finish it, right? But if you look at older games, that's not necessarily the case. Having said that, like I was sort of expecting the first half of the challenge to be rough. I was expecting, especially the first like third or quarter with all these British computer games, to be a nightmare. But those were really fun, a lot of them. And even, you know, in some cases they were impossible. In some cases we needed to use cheats and trainers. But I had a fun time with pretty much all of them. I think Operation Stealth was maybe the worst one, just because it's a point-and-click adventure that's just not well designed. And like I kind of got past that, and then the Mega Drive game I finished in one stream, and I had that game as a kid and I never finished it, so I was expecting that to be really difficult. The Master System game lasted longer, but that was a super fun like challenge. I'd say that game is like a strong candidate for my favorite game of all of them so far. And you know, the PS1 and N64 games had some pretty rough spots. I feel like I was at one of my lower sort of at my not necessarily at my lowest, but close to it in the context of this challenge, trying to deal with The World's Not Enough on N64. But once we kind of shifted a few things around, I changed control schemes and I kind of had a fresh outlook on things. Like things started progressing much more smoothly, and that worked out fine in the end. But I think like it's not as if, like, looking at PS2 or Xbox games, I think that's around the time in the early to mid 2000s, it's when you started seeing more of this. I mean, it existed prior to that too, I guess, but I would say somewhere around that point is when that shift started happening in what you would sort of expect to be the case, in terms of like checkpointing and saves, and like just making it, if not easy, at least not so rough on like fail states and being punishing in that regard if you're not doing well. But you'd still have games like on the 360 and PS3 that could still have elements like that. So it's not a clear cut, you can't really point at a particular moment in time where it's like anything before that is likely to be rough and anything after that is going to be smooth sailing. And the more I think of it, the more I realize that, well, there's a bunch of these PS2, Xbox, PC games from around that time, and any one of those I feel like could be really rough. Like I played a little bit of GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which is, I think, probably a game that most people would think of as like the worst Bond game, and of course most people who would say something like that wouldn't have played 80% of them, but it's a game that people know for being bad. And I have that game, and we played like we played the beginning of the game on stream, and this was before Games Bond existed. Well, it existed in my head, but it hadn't started yet. It wasn't official, so we weren't playing it to like finish it. It was just like, hey, I got this game, let's check it out. And I'm not sure if we finished the first stage, but I remember it feeling like, even at that point, feeling like a real slog. And a game that's like tedious and feels like a slog, and if it has like really infrequent checkpoints, like it could absolutely have weird difficulty spikes. And so I don't think we'll ever really get to a point where we can safely assume that we're going to be free of that, because basically by the time that became more of the norm, there almost weren't any Bond games coming out anymore. So the last handful of games, I think we can sort of make that assumption reasonably safely, but the road between now and then, it could be fraught with all kinds of challenges and difficulties and God knows what. But, you know, I said the same thing about the computer games early on, and that ended up being fun. So, who knows? But having said that, 007 Racing, of course, raises another issue, which is the fact that it's a car-based game. It's a game about driving, something I am notoriously terrible at and ignorant of and not really interested in. I can deal with platforming, I can deal with shooting under, you know, with a gun to my head. I can even deal with stealth. Car driving, though, I don't know, man. I mean, it's fun when it's fun, and it's cool and all that, but I'm really bad at it, so I hope this is not a game that's gonna, you know, demand too much. I mean, I finished the Batman PS1 driving game. I finished the Spy Hunter 3D trilogy. I finished Vin Diesel's Wheelman. I finished... Hey, I fucking finished Critical Velocity, the PS2, like, open world Ridge Racer anime Fast and the Furious spin-off thing, which was a pretty sick game, by the way. So, I mean, I may be a little bit too hard on myself. I know I don't know anything about driving. I have no confidence in it. Especially if there's any degree of technicality to it. But, you know, looking back, I don't know that my track record with driving-based challenges is that much worse than anything else. So, just maybe we'll be fine. Just maybe. In any case, we'll get started with 007 Racing today, and we'll see how far we go. And maybe we'll finish this game soon enough and hop on over to King of Producer. Maybe we will be utterly frustrated with this game to the point where I need a break, and for that reason we'll go to King of Producer. We'll see how things shake out. But without further ado, why don't we learn a little bit more about this game? Where are we? There we go. What's up, Mr. Radon? Either way, good times will be had. Yeah, there will be good times, there will be bad times. But that's all good, and it's gonna be fun. Either way, we end up at King of Producer. We sure will. We sure will. That is a promise, because we need to finish that, or at least get 1 million seller and advance. Wait, where did I put it? Sooner or later, we need to also play Dekiru Game Center. This game's gonna be sick, but I don't want to dive into this shit before we're... Well, I don't want to say before we're done with King of Producer, but before I can comfortably leave that at a spot where I'm like, all right, I'm satisfied with what we've achieved so far. Let me just enable hydration. Finished Spy Hunter. Yeah, well, the first Spy Hunter we finished, and that game's awesome. I would say more relevantly, I finished Spy Hunter 2, which was like kind of dog shit and tedious as hell. And we finished Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run, which was pretty entertaining. Pretty entertaining. I sort of kind of halfway missed those games, but more so the first one, which was legitimately pretty sick. I would not really mind going back to that at some point, but maybe not right now. Anyway, what is it that we are embarking on here? We are embarking on mission number 22. 007 Racing for the... I was about to say Nintendo PlayStation. For the Sony PlayStation even. Released in 2000 by Electronic Arts, developed by Eutechnyx. I want to say, when we looked at this screen and talked about it last time, someone brought up Eutechnyx and mentioned what they had worked on and what they were known for. And I absolutely do not remember that at all. But they made this game, so that's what we care about, I guess. What's up, Neil Freeman? Q Branch has re-engineered some of your favorite automobiles with additional gadgets and firepower. You'll need everything they've got, plus your own uncanny ability to beat the odds. The free world is depending on you. So I'm not sure if the free world is depending on James Bond to win races. Like, he's got to lap Oddjob 5 times, or else... I don't know. Or else someone takes over the world. But I would be, you know... I'd be game for that. The more ludicrous the premise of the game, the better, I think. Just lean into it. Anyway, John Cleese, or perhaps the ghost of Desmond Llewellyn, God rest his soul, wants us to bring all of these cars back in one piece. That seems to be a little bit much to ask, but I figured they, you know, they gotta ask at least. We got an impressive bullet list of features here. Q branch vehicles, which is very funny. Not like exciting sports car from famous car brands that you care about, but no, it's like, oh, we've got Q branch vehicles. But that's all right. I mean, I guess, well, I was gonna say, I guess the implication there is that they have cool Bond shit, but then they have ingenious gadgets as a separate bullet point. Are those not kind of the same thing? Well, whatever. Exciting missions and beautiful women. The Bond quotient checklist is looking good already. Dangerous assailants in 2-player action. This sounds like a pretty feature-rich game here. Excited. Maybe Goldfinger has entered his golden car to the Le Mans 24. Yeah, maybe. His smuggling compartment cars. Maybe Bond will compete with his remote-controlled BMW or whatever. Maybe Q is competing with his stealth perv cam Roomba that he uses to spy on Bond having sex with all kinds of ladies from around the world. Who knows? Who knows? We have a little bit of media and information to look at. I think in order to just familiarize ourselves or set the stage or just have some idea of what we're getting ourselves into, we have 2 commercials. Let's take a look at them, shall we? First part of this is going to look pretty familiar. We've seen this in at least 2 separate ads for separate games. But hey, why fix something that's not broken?
Ever wonder what it's like to be 007?
Do you have the time?
Certainly. The wrong one. That's not. Oh, God.
Need more practice?
So let me just pause right there. From those 2 seconds of footage, it looks cool. I like the graphics. But I'm not really convinced that we're doing a lot of racing, per se. Noodle, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But let's take a look at this other clip here and see in all of its 140p glory if we can get a better sense of what this game actually is. High-speed espionage. It looks cool. Like I said, I like the graphics. It looks pretty slick. I mean, it's a late PS1 game. Like city maps, exotic Q branch cars. MI6 directed. What even, like, what's the editing? What's even going on here? That's extremely confusing. And I mean, I don't know what the source of these clips are, other than obviously I just found them on YouTube, but like, it seems weird the way they're like cut together. Even the thing that we just saw, the first, like what purports to be a TV commercial that has the skit with the dude fucking up. Like I said, we've seen that attached to multiple games, but I can't shake the feeling that that's just like from something else or something. Like the fact that there's like this laugh track and shit going on, it's so strange. It doesn't seem like it's a TV commercial for I don't know. It's very confusing, but we'll dig through whatever sources we have access to and try best we can to make heads or tails of it. What's up, Stock for Wooder? Yes, we've got some 007 racing to deal with here shortly. But yeah, the second clip I could see being, for a game that came out in 2000, there would have been like clips or trailers or something in video form on the internet. Not unlikely. Like I remember I remember in, I guess it would have been 96, 97. I remember going to a website for Turok Dinosaur Hunter, and I don't think they had video clips, but I think you could listen to sound effects like from the game. I remember there being like media stuff I would like check out because I was excited for game. And I definitely remember for Mortal Kombat 4, and I don't remember the exact timeline or when this would have been, if this was like prior to the arcade game coming out, but it was, you know, roughly the same time frame, around 1997, watching like video clips. Well, I say watching video clips, more like clicking a QuickTime link and spending 2 hours on dial-up to download, you know, a video clip of Liu Kang's fatality or whatever. The point I'm making is like the concept of having video content for video games on the internet was pretty well established by 2000. So it's not crazy to think that whatever that second clip was would have been something that was, because, you know, there's no narration, there's like some on-screen text. It's a very short clip. Obviously the video quality is not very good. It's edited, it's like almost truncated in a weird way. So, you know, that could be content that came on some kind of press disc or something, and some website saw fit to like edit it down and trim it so that it could squeeze it into like a, you know, however many megabyte file. There's no watermark or anything on it, but you know, that could be the case. But anyway, it's fascinating. It's a fascinating sort of time frame here, because when we have games that are slightly earlier than this, we can sort of trust that there's a, you know, that, I mean, you don't know exactly, of course, because there could still have been media materials that weren't never exactly meant to be posted publicly as is, but you know, there's either TV commercials or maybe some promotional video or something. But when you start getting to this time when there likely at least could have been these online components to it, like something being published, and you get these weird clips, it gets a little bit more mysterious. It's interesting though. Get some jams back here. Speaking of promotional materials, we have some promotional renders. And this is kind of cool to see. I would assume that these are the 3D models that are in the game. For their time, reasonably detailed models in terms of the geometry. But, you know, if there are not too many of them on screen, seems reasonable. Although, obviously, the way it's rendered, like this isn't running on a PS1 or anything, but it could very well be the geometry used. So I guess we got a couple of different BMWs. I'm not sure if there's a lot of other brands. I mean, people will know what kind of cars Bond drove in respective films or whatever. I don't know. It's like, oh, hey, that one's kind of silver, I guess. I recognize the BMW logo. I've heard the words Aston Martin, but I don't really know who or what that is. Anyway, here's CG Pierce Brosnan holding a DualShock controller with a thick antenna on it, while someone is firing rockets in his general direction. I mean, they're clearly not aiming for him up here in the, I don't know, safety of this little balcony or whatever. But he seems pretty, I mean, I guess that's Bond. I was going to say he seems pretty relaxed given what's going on here. But I mean, hey, that rock solid composure, that's pretty much his signature. Pretty good image anyway. I like it. We also have this. I saw some pictures. I was just Googling for like looking around to see ads and stuff, and I saw there were like eBay sales, I think, in the form of some kind of flyer or something. But I'm assuming, like, I guess this might have been someone took it upon themselves to do some a little bit of retouching and cleaning things up. But I'm assuming this would have been published as a 2-page spread in a magazine. Pretty good. I like it. Got some screenshots. We got some fun little gimmicks here with the dials and the logo. Pay attention, 007. Q-Branch has re-engineered your favorite exotic motor cars and equipped them with weapons and gadgets galore. You'll need them for your next assignment to ensure the stability of the civilized world. Need I remind you, 007, try to bring them back in one piece. Oh yeah, don't forget, AOL keyword 007 Racing. I guess there are a million trademarks here. Yeah, Aston Martin, blah, 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 blah. Esprit, Lotus. That was in like an Amiga game or something, right? I know it from there. Oh, here we go. There's a bunch of Danjak and... Oh, here's BMW. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, surely there's where the legal text starts. So I guess we've got some BMWs, some Aston Martins, and some Lotus cars. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if I can entirely trust the veracity of these screenshots. I don't exactly trust that this is what the game looks like in action. I think they might reasonably be like in spirit representative of the gameplay experience. Obviously, this quality of the scan and everything makes it hard to see what the original pictures look like. But if nothing else, the camera angle and the composition kind of makes it seem like, yeah, I don't think this is kind of what it looks like when you play. The assets could well be assets from the game, but I reckon some work went into making these pictures look as good as they did. Wouldn't shock me. But as I said, even from, you know, the snippets of 144p footage or whatever, I still think the game looked cool. So that's not me saying the game's going to be bad or that it's going to be ugly. It's just funny to look at some of those marketing materials and say, like, yeah, I'm not sure if I entirely trust this. I'm getting pumped though. Everything is looking promising so far. But before we get started, let us partake in the mission briefing, as it were. What's up, MTI? Excited for 007 Racing? Has anyone in chat actually played this game? Like I said before, some people seemed to be quite excited to watch me get to this game, and I'm not entirely sure if that was out of like maliciousness and schadenfreude, or if people actually like this game, or if people just are completely confused about the existence of it. I'm excited either way, though. I have no idea how good it actually is, but I'm in on the concept. Yeah, that's fair enough, MTI. That's fair enough. What's up, Noodle? Confused? Manny Roz never played it. Fran Hardy played it very briefly, and it is a game. Yep, I'm expecting nothing less. Well, we get to learn together here. Maybe there's a helicopter chasing you with rockets through every lap. I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of rockets in all these pictures, haven't there? There's been plenty of choppers. There's been a lot of rockets, explosions. Even in the little footage we saw, there's like been more rockets and explosions than there have been, you know, anything to do with racing. That's for sure. Highly doubt it'll be the worst 007 game we've played. I mean, yeah, it would take quite a lot at this point for it to be the worst. So, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? Obviously, I typically tend to take issue with people who are quite hyperbolic about games being bad. And especially when it comes to like rating or ranking games, people don't have the context of, you know, we're talking about the worst Bond games, or like previously, right, for the Batman games and everything. Like, what's the worst Batman game? People are always going to say that like Dark Tomorrow is the worst Batman game. It's like, I like that game. It's obviously extremely janky. It's got a lot of issues, but it's fun and it's cool and it's got some interesting stuff going for it. And I can think of like at least 10 other Batman games that are like have no redeeming qualities, that are just dog shit. But you know, I can't fault someone for not having played Batman and Robin on the Tiger Gamecom, for example. But it doesn't change the fact that making a sort of declaration that such and such is the worst, by making a statement like that, you're kind of you're putting the onus on yourself to have a correct frame of reference to make such a judgment call, right? And that's why I take a little issue with that in itself. But beyond that, of course, I also take issue with just a dismissive attitude in general. People being so quick to judge things and being like excited to tear things down and say that it's terrible or whatever. I mean, sometimes it can be fun. You know, you can look at over the top, big rig racing, whatever the fuck it's called, like shit like that. That's just like, yeah, it's very obviously on its face just a broken mess of an unfinished game, and that can be fun. Poking fun at the way it's bad is probably the most enjoyment you're going to get out of something like that. So that's like fine. But I think like when it's justified, it's reasonable, sure. But a lot of people I think are really quick, especially if they have it in their mind that like, oh, it's bad. That's like one of the many reasons why I'm a little annoyed with stuff like Cuso Grande, right? Like it's a fun competition, it's a cool format, like there's a lot of people who are super into it, that's fine. But I kind of take issue with the framing of it being like, oh, we're playing bad games, because almost always, whenever I watch that stuff, at least, like the people who actually compete, they almost always, when they do like the interviews and stuff afterwards, they're like, oh yeah, this was pretty fun, like I got into it. But when doing like commentary or people in chat, like everyone is sort of going into it with the expectation of like, oh, this is gonna be shit, and people are just like super jazzed to find shit to complain about. And people will like jump to, you know, especially when you have that sort of fucking open mic night situation in the Twitch chat where people are just chirping over themselves to be comedians, and then like people just yell out stuff to get either mad at or to laugh about, and then if you have like 5 seconds of chill and just kind of pay attention or try to give it a chance, it's like, no, it's actually kind of cool, it's actually good, there's actually something enjoyable about this. But people can sort of miss that because they're so overly excited about making fun of how bad it is. And I think that, like, in general, that kind of attitude I think is very tiresome and kind of unproductive. And I mean, Lord knows I've made fun of stuff for being bad. I'm not above it, but I think I'm more interested in like constructive criticism or like analysis and figuring out why something is bad and how it could have perhaps been better. But that kind of just unconditional shitting on things, for me, is kind of a not a last resort exactly, it's not the right word for it, but like I don't want to arrive at that position like too lightly. But I know that that's not something I share with, you know, the wider population of the internet. So that being what it is, for me, it's quite common. Like when I hear of games having a bad reputation or like people say it's shit, I never really tend to take that at face value. I can, you know, it informs me to a degree, but I will refuse, to the best of my ability at least, to let that cloud my judgment of letting a thing sort of speak for itself and have a shot at impressing me, or at least like presenting me with what it's trying to do and how well it does. And sometimes, you know, that can be helpful in like going into something with very low expectations because everyone says it's trash. It's like, you know what, this was pretty decent, and expecting nothing, that can be like, feel like it's over delivering. And in some cases I might even feel vindictive enough where I'm like really eager to find something positive about something that people hate on. But of course, you know, there are limits to my patience as well. So if it's bad, it's bad, you know. But I think this is a game not on the level of Rogue Agent, I don't think, but I get the impression that this is a game that some people would have complained about, or it being maybe something, if you were excited for the idea of something like this, maybe it didn't deliver. Maybe you wanted more GoldenEye and felt like it didn't deliver because of that. Because I mean, I think that was something that absolutely, I don't want to say harmed the reputation, but like, you look at the Tomorrow Never Dies game and the two World Is Not Enough PS1 and N64 games, all of those games absolutely like existed in the shadow of GoldenEye. And I think GoldenEye even obviously has a lot of more issues than most people would acknowledge. I don't think it's nearly as great of a game as most people seem to think. But even so, like, it becomes the immediate frame of reference. And I think some of those later games in a vacuum have qualities that aren't going to be appreciated or acknowledged the same way as when people go into them already being like a little miffed. That's like, it's not another GoldenEye, so nah, I don't know about this. And maybe this game even, like, maybe some of that would trickle down even to this. I think Agent Under Fire and Nightfire probably suffered from the same thing. I mean, yeah, I think it's slightly different in my opinion in that I think by that point it was far enough removed that you start seeing it's not even GoldenEye casting a shadow so much as like people's rose tinted memories of GoldenEye casting a shadow, which is kind of a separate issue. But I don't disagree that GoldenEye was and in a weird way still is the point of comparison, where like you look at something and the kind of default first acknowledgement of the game is like, all right, okay, new Bond game, well, let's see how it stacks up against GoldenEye then. And I remember when I played Nightfire back in the day, my reaction was like, dude, why is everyone still fucking talking about GoldenEye? This game is way better. And I understand, and I know that I'm not entirely alone in that, but it's like the GoldenEye just happened to be the right game at the right time to just get this sort of cultural significance kind of attached to it that's like larger than the game itself. And it just entrenched itself as being, you know, the Bond game, the movie license game, like the game that proved that such and such thing can be good. Look at this masterpiece. And it sort of makes it so that comparisons aren't even really made to the game, but the, like I said, the sort of the rose-tinted memories, but also just like the worth and the meaning attached to the idea of that game is what things get compared to. And it's interesting. It's interesting how that can work, but I think it makes it also certainly fairly tough and unfair for a lot of games. Even if a game like Nightfire, for example, was well received and is in its own right a well, you know, regarded and positively remembered game, it's just tough for anything to compare. But I think like it'll be, I'm already preemptively tired and like wary of the IO Interactive Bond game being not the game itself, of course, but like how many sort of tweets or headlines or fucking TikToks or whatever you think we're gonna see when that game comes out saying it's like, oh, the best Bond game since GoldenEye, or it's like, oh, is this the GoldenEye killer, or like whatever the fuck, right? It's like that. It's still, we're just never gonna be rid of it. And it's like I said, I'm just like stealing myself for that already. We don't even have a release date for that game. I mean, for me, when I think of the whole GoldenEye situation and people's memory and image of it, I thought it was really interesting to play that game. And there are, you know, I played it when it came out, but I never like finished it. I didn't play through it. I only played bits and pieces of it at friends' places or at a game shop or whatever. So I didn't have a clear idea of what the campaign looked like from start to finish. But the most thing I've sort of experienced of that game in the last 10 to 20 years is mostly sort of speedrun videos and maybe seeing tricks and hearing details about it discussed. And like, there are aspects to the mechanics of that game and how they function that are very interesting. There's a lot to appreciate about GoldenEye, but obviously sitting down to play it, a lot of that stuff is going to not really be relevant to your experience. And all the things about like learning to find your way around the maps, like interacting with a lot of the mechanics and dealing with combat and whatever else, you're just not gonna you could have watched an infinite amount of speedrun footage and read an infinite amount of discussion. You're still not going to be prepared for the kind of stuff, the other 90% of the game that's never even brought up in discussion or shown in footage of speedruns, because it's like everything that happens in that context is sort of on top of all that, right? And you end up having a very different experience than you might be expecting. But I think the bigger part there is there are so many things taken for granted, whether we're talking about speedrunners or just like people who have played it. Either, you know, I feel like there's like two kind of main camps, I guess we can say, for the sake of simplicity. Of the people who have this like very fond, cherished sort of image of GoldenEye, it's either people who played it 20, 25 years ago and came away from it with positive memories, and they may have struggled, they may have had very you know, great frustrations dealing with it, but they overcame it, they beat the game, or maybe they even didn't do that, but they still, like, the more positive aspects is what's stuck in their memory. Or you have people who actually have been continuing to play the game, whether they're speedrunners or they just really enjoy the game. Maybe they boot it up once a year to play through it. And they're going to have a lot of internalized knowledge about how the game works that makes it a fun and smooth and enjoyable experience for them to play. And if you've played the game enough, it's going to be really difficult to imagine what it's like to play it for the first time. And I think both of those sort of groups of people, or both of those types of experiences, lead to a glossing over of a lot of issues with the game that I think it's fair to say that, like, yeah, you can learn to play it and then it becomes fun. But I think it's worth acknowledging that getting to that point is not without friction. And comparing it to modern games, like, it's a tremendous amount of friction, and it feels like a very uneven experience. And it's extremely rare, I think, to find people who would ever sort of acknowledge that. And I think naturally, most people who have an interest in that game would be people who sort of are in those camps and have that experience. But that was, I thought, was very fun for me about coming to it relatively fresh, being able to have that perspective and being able to have conversations with people in chat who are more like experienced players who don't really have that perspective of playing it for the first time, or being unfamiliar with the mechanics, and not really being able to have the perspective of how tough it is to deal with some of the stuff in that game before you have learned what some of the mechanics are like. I've had similar experiences. Like, I've watched people play Flashback is a good example. We talked about it briefly on Duke Donut's chat last night. I played that game as a kid, and I really, really liked that game. Parts of it anyway. And when I watch people play it now, like, I don't know if I would like it as much if I came to it now, but I played it as a kid, and I probably struggled with a lot of stuff. I mean, I had a manual to explain how certain moves and stuff worked, and I remember, like, understanding how some of the movement and climbing and traversal and whatever worked, how to deal with combat. But it's really hard for me to imagine what it's like to learn that for the first time, especially if you don't have a manual, you're just trying to play it blind. And I've watched people play it be very frustrated, and I can understand that frustration, and I can understand if you're like, we're in the exact opposite position, basically, right? Where I have that type of memory that GoldenEye players would have, where yeah, there might be difficulties and stuff with that game, but all of my memories of that, like, I have so many memories of that game from after the point where I reached the hurdle, or like overcame the hurdle of learning the controls and everything, that the memories of the time before that are kind of obsolete. They're erased. I don't really have a memory of what it was like to play that game before I learned how to play it. Because if I like picture the game in my mind's eye, it's not going to be the version where I didn't know how to play it. It's going to be how I know how to play it now. So there's a lot of examples like that. I try to, of course, acknowledge that, yeah, the game has issues, and I wouldn't yell from the, you know, top of a building how amazing that game is and it's the best ever and whatever. I'll just say I have fond memories of it. I enjoy it, but I can certainly see why people wouldn't like it today. But yeah, it's interesting how that can really, like, context can inform so much of how you feel about something and the expectations you come to it with and the kind of pre-existing knowledge, etc. But that's also why I find these kind of projects so interesting, to kind of gain a more complete picture and understanding of, in this case, James Bond games. You know, some of them, a few of them, a small amount, I will come to with earlier memories and having played it as a kid. But most of the games I've never played before. Most of the games I haven't even seen. So it's fun. But that's also why I always enjoy when there's like people in chat who actually have played the games, who will be able to kind of bring their perspective and see whether it's them reacting in horror to my reactions or just having a conversation about what the game's like. I enjoy it. Yeah, Flashback 2 is out. I think that might have been what prompted the conversation yesterday. I don't remember. But, I mean, yeah, and as I said there, too, I want to play Flashback 2. It's probably a mess. I think pretty much everything to do with Flashback after that original game has been a mess. I have basically no particular faith that Paul Cuisset is available, that he's capable of doing anything great. Like, I don't want to say that Flashback was a fluke. It's one of those things where if he had one flashback in him, hey, dude, it's more than I have probably. So props to him for that. But I mean, he worked on Operation Stealth too, right? So you win some, you lose some. Basically, him being involved, which is something they gladly trot out, it doesn't mean anything to me because he was involved in the 2013 Flashback remake that was absolute dog shit, and he's been involved in pretty much everything that looked like a bad idea following up from that game. But I still like that original game enough that I'm willing to give any of that shit a chance just to see if there's anything interesting about it. I think the Flashback remake was terrible, but it was still kind of fun. Like, in the context of being a fan of the original game, it was fun to see, because I'm not precious about that stuff, right? The original game is always going to be there. If they're going to make a remake, yeah, it would be nice if it was good, I guess, but it being bad isn't that upsetting to me, because there's a million other things for me to enjoy anyway. But yeah, apparently Flashback 2 has a lot of technical issues, so I'll happily wait until it's patched and probably cheaper. But I expect to buy it and play it at some point. Is that a cheat code on the license plate? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. What's up, Terravan? As a kid, if you're not doing well in a game, you'd stick at it because you didn't have many games to play. These days, people quit a game at the first struggle. I mean, I think there's an element of truth to that. I think there's, I think people are conditioned to approach games in different ways. I'd be careful how I word a statement like that, if only because it's easy to imply things that are maybe beyond what you mean to imply that could come across as insulting. But the broad strokes of it, yes, of course, games are different now. The game design sort of trends or sort of basic tenets of how games are made and how games are played, how games are sold, how they're marketed, how they are owned and collected. Like, there's so many things that are just different. That, I mean, and that's also why I think, like, doing these kind of projects, you're going through the chronological, like, trying to approach each of them as I kind of would if I'd played it back then. It helps, like, sort of try to basically give the game the sort of benefit of approaching it in a fair way. And that's also, you know, it's fun and it's intriguing and interesting and educational, but it's also, I think, improves the odds of having a good time with the game reading the manuals, like, because that's what you were expected to do back then. Speaking of, let's read the manual. Warning to owners of projection televisions. I think we're fine. 007 Racing. On the road with Bond. Looking forward to that. Starting the game. Okay, I think we can deal with this without reading everything in detail. Command reference. DualShock analog control. You know, I was thinking the other day, I don't have a physical copy of this game. We will be playing this through virtualized means, but I do have I have a couple pedals sitting over there. I don't have the steering wheel in this room, but I recently picked up a PS1 steering wheel with pedals because it was like 500 yen from Surugaya, who, by the way, are doing free shipping again this weekend if anyone's interested. And it just dawned on me like yesterday or this morning. It's like, oh shit, you know, do I have a PlayStation to USB converter somewhere? If I do, I haven't used one. I haven't had reason to use one for a very long time, but I might have had one at some point. I just realized, like, dude, man, maybe I should have one so I can use my PS1 steering wheel. Like, I don't think this game is compatible, but I don't know if the steering wheel itself seemed to have some compatibility modes. I don't know. I've literally never played a game with a steering wheel outside of an arcade cabinet, so I have no idea how things are expected to work in terms of compatibility, much less how they were expected to work 25 years ago. I literally just bought the steering wheel because it's a novelty and it was cheap, and I figured I'll find something I can use it with. And it does have apparently a Nedgecon mode, so I should be able to use it with some Ridge Racer games at least. Who knows? But I just realized, like, whoa, what if we could play this with a steering wheel? That would be pretty sick. But I have not been able to configure such a thing. But as far as I could see from the scans of the manual and such, it doesn't appear that the game was at least designed with compatibility with steering wheels in mind, which probably means that it would be, if the steering is designed to work with a D-pad or an analog stick on a controller, I imagine that mapping those inputs to a steering wheel is going to be a little iffy. Probably that wheel with its multiple compatibility modes probably has a mode that's meant for exactly that, but how it actually works out in practice is anybody's guess. But maybe that's another project for the holidays to lug that thing out and see if we can get it to work and see if we can figure that shit out. But for now, we'll play with controller and hope for the best. You know, maybe maybe there still will be time to investigate that for a future stream of this game if it keeps going, unless we like beat it today or something. Was this supposed to release on PS2? No idea. There was footage that we saw of must have been The World's Not Enough, right? There was like this PS2 like in development footage or something, but that never came out, of course. So who knows? But I don't know. I don't have any information on the topic. All right, so this just tells us what the buttons are. Help menu, press and hold circle. Oh. Master the basic controls to survive in the field. Steering left, right, accelerate on X, brake on square, camera button on triangle, handbrake circle. All right, use weapon R1, change weapon L1. For complete list of controls, see On the Road with Bond on page 6. Introduction. In 007 Racing, take on the role of James Bond, the world's most famous secret agent in the game that puts you behind the wheel of some of the hottest vehicles in the Bond universe, including the Aston Martin DB5, BMW Z8, Lotus Esprit, and others. It's funny that we had to reach page 4 of the manual before they actually even started name dropping any of the brands and cars in the game. Isn't it weird? Like, wouldn't you think that would be all over the cover? I guess maybe the back cover. I don't think we looked at any picture of the back of the box. But even so, like, the ads only mention it like in the legal text at the bottom, the bullet list and everything. It's just like, drive the fanciest Q branch motor cars in the world. Like, it doesn't. It's weird. You would think that would be like a thing. I mean, I don't know or care, but for people who do, you would think that would be a draw. In any case, each of these Bond vehicles comes equipped with a complete arsenal of Q-branch gadgetry. with daunting missions against a host of Bond villains. You'll need all your wits to survive these assignments in one piece. Set within a variety of exotic locales, the missions are inspired from the greatest 007 films and include assignments of pursuit, evasion, stealth, and surveillance. Be Bond behind the wheel. Man, okay, this sounds like kind of cool, but I'm also like, stealth and surveillance? Also like, dude, are they going to have actual levels just based on shit from movies? Are they going to recreate stuff, or is it just, oh, here's Goldfinger and Oddjob and Jaws and Baron Samedi and, I don't know, fucking Scaramanga? I mean, we'll see. I just hope I don't discover that we should have done more homework and watched some movies before this. But if that's the case, we'll watch them later, I suppose. Setting up the game. Mission HQ screen. Select the game mode or set play options before hitting the road. And yeah, also, there's nothing here about racing. I mean, I guess calling it 007 driving would be, not be quite as catchy. But I'm not, like, insane for thinking that racing implies that it's a competition of some sort, right? Technically, I guess racing could be synonymous with reversing, I don't know. Or like going fast. 007 carring, yeah, exactly. 007 two branch motor cars. I don't know. I mean, I'll admit 007 racing, it's, you know, rolls off the tongue, it's easy to understand, but it's also not what the game is, really. 007 motor missions, I don't know. I mean, I should be glad that it doesn't have a convoluted subtitle, although I guess you could come up with something that sounds more evocative of a Bond movie title, maybe. 007, the car, what goes fast. I don't know. Well, we'll see. I mean, I could be all wrong. Maybe it is all races. Engage in a two-player battle. I guess it's just a fully separate mode. Records. View a list of best scores for each mission. That's pretty good. Cheats. Access the game's cheat area. 007 Deadly Pursuit. See, now we're talking. That's like an actual... That doesn't even sound like a piss take. That's like a real suggestion. Options screen. Stereo or mono. Sound volume levels. That's almost impressive. View videos. View selected cinematic sequences from the game. So I guess there's FMV, huh? Because they wouldn't do that for like in-engine cutscenes. Certain sequences may not be viewable until they are unlocked. Oh, what if this game has a cool Bond opening? We can hope. On the road with Bond. Default driving commands. Each car in 007 Racing has a unique feel based on its performance characteristics. Some big words there. However, the driving controls are consistent no matter which vehicle you are driving. Note, all vehicles in 007 Racing have automatic transmission. That's a nice... I like that note. they're like acknowledging that these are cars and they have transmissions. Like, yeah, they're automatic. Hoping for 240p Pierce Brosnan, a bit crunched to death. You know, that's actually interesting you bring that up, because I would take for absolute granted that we won't see Bond at all in this game. That's my assumption based on the fact that it's a car game. You can get away with not showing Bond, at the very least not showing his face, so you wouldn't need the likeness rights and everything. Because, I mean, they didn't get his voice for the games previously, but they had his face. But we saw that one promo picture, which technically, I guess, didn't show his face, but it seemed to very clearly be Brosnan Bond. So if they had that, like, are we going to see that in the game? That's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Like, if they wanted to, yes, there's ample opportunity to put a little Bond somewhere in the game. It's just that if they do that and they want to use the likeness, that's like an actual expense. They have to pay for the rights to that, which, you know, they seems like a bit of a stretch for how little importance that would have in a game like this, or, you know, how easily you can get away with not doing it. But I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, they talk about villains and shit being in the game, right? So we're probably gonna have cutscenes of Bond villains monologuing or something? Or are we going to just see a car on the road and we just hear someone go, "No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die." And it's like, oh, that's Goldfinger, I guess. And we're just going to see, it says Auric Goldfinger, colon, and then dialogue. And it's like, oh, I guess that's him. Are we going to have off-screen villains? Everyone's just sitting in their cars with tinted windows. I mean, that would be pretty funny. We'll find out. Yeah, everyone driving like fucking Hot Wheels with like themed shit. The man with a golden car is just like constructed out of, I don't know, fucking gold boxes. The Jaws-mobile with a big fucking metal teeth on the front. I mean, I'm gonna be disappointed if we don't get that at this point. Driving basics: to accelerate, press X; to steer, press left or right; brake and reverse, press square. Check out the angles. Cycle through camera views with triangle. To toggle all on-screen gauges on or off, hold triangle for 2 seconds for that extra cinematic immersion. I mean, it's a cool feature. I don't mind it. Won't use it, but still cool. To look behind you, press and hold L2. Total control: to fire a weapon / activate a gadget, press R1. To fire 2 weapons simultaneously, press and hold R2, then press R1. What does it mean exactly? Does it mean using 2 different items at the same time, or does it just mean firing 2 rockets instead of 1? We'll figure that out, I suppose. Pull the handbrake, press circle. Use this command to quickly spin the car 180 degrees. Also, by the way, does not seem like a useful move in an actual race, if you're racing, you know, from point A to point B, but I guess that's not what we're going to be doing. Cool thing to do anyway. To select a weapon or gadget, press L1. So does that mean L1 to cycle between them, probably? Or is it like a Metal Gear Solid style menu or something? We'll press L1 and see what happens. Game screen. That looks pretty promising. That looks cool. Got a little, yeah, there's even a giant objective arrow pointing that car on top of the car transport vehicle thing. Your vehicle, current weapon, ammo remaining, health meter, radar. Pause menu, restart mission. Mission objectives, that's pretty good. I like that. Camera response. Adjust how quickly the camera follows your car from slow to fast. Navigation and weapons targeting. Radar. The radar display is used to direct you to your objectives. Navigate your vehicle to bring the dot to the center of the display. In the case of multiple dots on a radar, navigate your way to each of them one after the other. Weapons targeting. Once your enemy or obstacle is in visual range, you can fire your weapons. There are 3 methods of targeting depending on the type of weapon. Fixed aiming. Weapons such as Hellfire rockets or machine guns fire straight ahead of your car. You can aim these weapons by steering the car so the target is directly in front of it. Auto aiming. The Stinger missile is auto aiming. The white cursor will automatically track to the target and will change to green when the target is locked and in range. Only fire the weapon once the target is locked. Alright, so we'll lock on. Manual aiming. Some weapons, such as the TSP missile launcher, require manual aiming. When you first activate the weapon, a targeting scope overlays the screen. Use the D button to manually move the crosshair over the target. You can track your target more quickly by holding R2 while using the D button, and cycle the zoom settings of the scope by pressing triangle to change view. This sounds very convoluted. Is the game implying that we're just going into some kind of first-person sniping scope view to select a direction and fire something like while we're driving? Quite intrigued. What's up, Swordfam? Yeah, it sounds like a handful. But we'll see. Missions mode. Enter the world of James Bond in a challenging story mode that places you in the center of the action. In missions mode, you play as Bond in a variety of challenging scenarios and must overcome both deadly obstacles and dangerous adversaries to complete each assignment. So they've used challenging multiple times in one paragraph here. Deadly obstacles and dangerous adversaries. I'm a little nervous, guys, but hopefully we'll be okay. To begin missions mode, yeah, I think we can navigate our way there. New, continue, load. Ah, interesting. I was about to say, like, they keep harping on the challenge of this. I wonder if there will be difficulty levels, and indeed, After selecting new game, the select difficulty screen appears. Here you can choose between agent or 00 agent skill levels. After selecting a difficulty level, the select mission screen appears. Agent, the recommended setting for novice agents. 00 agent, the ultimate challenge for an experienced agent. Oh wow, okay, it even says here, the 00 agent mode is only available after completing agent mode. Well, that eliminates that question then. Good, I'm glad we don't have to worry about whether we should be playing on the other difficulties. So we're just playing agent, and I reckon that's going to be annoying enough. Hey, what's up, Stang? This game was painful. Oh boy. Well, we'll see. The manual keeps talking about how challenging our mission is going to be, so I'm trying my best to mentally prepare. After the mission, upon completion of a mission, a replay is shown along with a mission debriefing menu. To view the replay without the mission debriefing overlay, press triangle. To pause the replay and view replay options, or restart the current mission, press start. After viewing the mission debriefing menu, press X to continue. If you have achieved a high score, the enter name screen appears. Excellent, excellent. The first and last missions will have a cinematic sequence following. Press X to bypass. Wow, okay, so they're okay. They're really no expense spared here. There's 2 cutscenes in the game, I guess. Mission objectives and scoring. 007 Racing contains challenging Bond-style missions. To complete a mission successfully, you must complete all of the mission objectives displayed in the mission objective screen and achieve a pass rating allocated to that mission. Wow, that's phrasing. Your rating is calculated from your score on the mission debriefing screen at the completion of the mission. You may also view the mission objectives from the pause menu. Scoring. In 007 Racing, you receive points for completing mission objectives and for disabling enemy vehicles and strongholds that engage you during your assignment. Bonus points are also awarded based on how quickly you finish a mission. Note, it is possible to lose points by being careless with your weapons. For example, continuing to fire weapons at a vehicle that is already disabled can reduce your score. Wow, okay. Two cutscenes of menu to view them, and some are unlockable. Well, I guess technically there might be an opening that's separate from those, and maybe it credits. Like, there could be a few more videos to unlock. Maybe there's multiple videos. Like, maybe the opening and ending are different on 00 Agent or something. I wouldn't expect it, but who knows. There's a cheat menu, so I hope we can use some cheat codes to look at some additional stuff. Like, some of the previous games had some interesting cheat code stuff, especially Tomorrow Never Dies with, like, the debug modes and shit. And hopefully the cheats aren't all locked behind doing impossible shit first, if that's something we want to engage with. If the game turns out to be like impossible, it'd be nice if there's like a level select or something like that, so we can at least see as much of the game as possible. But we'll try our best. In addition to the missions mode, 007 Racing contains 2 multiplayer modes in which 2 players can compete. Simply choose a game, pick your car and location to race in, and then engage in battle to prove who is the best on wheels. Select a 2-player game mode to start a 2-player race. So maybe it's named after the multiplayer mode. Maybe there's actual racing in the 2-player mode. Challenge. In challenge mode, 2 players compete in a selected mission location. Once the challenge begins, collect weapons and health icons scattered throughout the map and use them to eliminate your opponent. So that's basically just battle, like versus. Or maybe they didn't want to call it that. I don't know. Pass the bomb. In Pass the Bomb, 2 players duel to the finish in a selected mission location. At the start of the level, 1 player is allocated the bomb, with an electronic fuse that begins to count down on the player's screen. When the 2 cars collide, the bomb is passed from one vehicle to the other. When the timer on the bomb reaches 0, a vehicle in possession of the bomb explodes, and the round is awarded to the survivor. Play continues in this manner until 1 player is declared the overall winner. Rather slim selection of modes, but it's pretty cool. I mean, the game didn't necessarily need to have multiplayer to begin with, so it's cool that it has it. Saving and loading, pretty straightforward, I reckon. Credits, developed by Eutechnyx. 5 pages of EA and MGM credits, I guess. Special guest talent, John Cleese as R, of course. Of course. Character model talent, that's an interesting credit. I mean, I guess that means there's Well, I was gonna say, I guess that means there's gonna be humans in the game. We actually saw in those screenshots there were like innocent bystanders on the street, at least. All right. For purchase. Oh, and an ad. For the world is not enough. To the casino level. I like almost missed this game. Authentic dialogue. Interact with other characters and experience movie-like cinematics with full speech. Improved AI. Enemies will react to you, communicate with each other, and even retreat. All new 3D engine, high resolution textures, fast frame rate, and amazing view distances make this the best looking POV game on the PlayStation game console. That's interesting terminology. The best looking POV game, huh? Chad, what's your favorite POV game on the PlayStation game console? I'm not even sure personally, actually. What's Not Enough was pretty decent, but not like a little quaint, not the most ambitious. It had some annoying shit, that's for sure. Actually, Doom on the PS1 is pretty sick. I feel like there's a lot more that I haven't really played enough to have a strong opinion on. The Power Slave PS1 version is supposed to be pretty good. I haven't really played much of like Quake or Duke or that kind of stuff, or even there's like more, what's it called? Life Force Tenka, which I think is called something totally different in the US. There's like a bunch of first person. I mean, there's fucking the Medal of Honor and shit too, right? I'm like warily realizing that I was about to say like, oh, maybe that would be a fun thing to do, like explore PS1 first-person shooters. But even before I had time to say it, I was like, man, that, oh my god, that would be. I don't think that would be that fun. If I'm being perfectly frank. Yeah, Alien Resurrection. That's the one I really do want to play because that was developed by what are they called? The British Star Fox X guys. It's apparently like a technical marvel, and that's also a pretty late game. Yeah, Argonaut, that's right. I hear that game's pretty great, so I'm definitely excited to try that. And there's Alien Trilogy for that matter, but I don't know if that's. There's some of those games I definitely remember touching back in the day, and like walking through 2 hallways before kind of deciding that, you know what, this isn't that interesting. That's not to say that that was a very fair assessment, but that's just my memory of some of those games. But Alien Resurrection I never saw or played back in the day. I've just in contemporary times have heard interesting things about that make me want to try it out. But it's hard to find time for that kind of exploration of random stuff when I have 5,000 games back there in addition to Games Bond and other things to take care of. So who knows, but it's on the mental list of stuff I'd like to check out at some point at least. All right, let's see if we can get the game going. I think we're about as prepared as we're gonna be. Get some things organized here on my computer screen. That's on there. Close this thing down. Dude, let's right, okay. These jams, because I'm sure we'll have some jams. The game's gonna have some jams of its own. That up and get the capture going. I can there we go. I'm excited. That's a good, like, fake computer operating system in a movie boot sequence logo.
Now pay attention, 007. I want you to take great care of this equipment.
All right. Hopefully we're not getting DMCA'd by this, but
Bond. James Bond.
it's fucking music. All right, sure. Get fucking pumped, guys. This might be the most ridiculous Bond theme I've ever heard.
Collision coverage? Yes. Fire? Probably. Property destruction? Definitely.
So weird because there's like a lot of footage from like the two most recent films. But there's a whole bunch of older stuff too, obviously. And I guess they're careful not to show any other Bond actors. But I mean, hey, Pierce Brosnan featured prominently, even spoken dialogue and everything. And the late Desmond Llewellyn. I think, yeah, we seem to be configured. Let's do this. Oh, I have to hold. That's why it says hold to help. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I mean, so far, so good. Nice, fun little intro. It's cool that they had footage from a bunch of these different movies, even though it was mostly like nonsensical, just a soup of car crashes and explosions and ridiculous music. But hey, you know, feels like that some budget and /or effort went into that. We got decent enough looking menus here with some nice menu jams. What if rights issues were the reason for Brosnan being heavily featured? Well, I'm sure it's more that I like shelling out for one actor is probably more than enough. And of course, at the time, like Pierce Brosnan was the current Bond actor. It's entirely believable to me that the rights holders would be protective of who they show. But even if they weren't, if they were happy to do whatever with every Bond actor, EA would still have to pay separately for the other actors' likenesses. And I think they would be like, in the context of the game, we're not really playing as Roger Moore in some levels, and then we're playing as Pierce Brosnan, and then we're playing as Sean Connery. Like, so it makes sense that Bond is just represented as one person. And we see that in other games too, right? There's the GoldenEye remake where it's Daniel Craig, and 007 Legends, which very explicitly has scenes from a bunch of, basically there's like one set of levels, or like one movie represented per actor, basically. So there's like 5 or 6 movies, or how many there are, but it's still Daniel Craig like in the entire game. So that's a pretty common thing. I don't think there would have been the ownership rights issues, which I reckon were like basically resolved eventually. I don't think they would have been in the way for like keeping them from being able to put Sean Connery in the game or whatever, but they probably just, like I said, springing for one Bond actor was probably expensive enough. Moving the thing around. Yep, okay. Effects volume being... Alright, okay. The soundtrack's going to be a little different than we might be expecting. But I will say this, you know, Tomorrow Never Dies, I recall, had a really cool soundtrack, and then and GoldenEye, of course, has a good score with a unique song for each level and everything. But then I think World's Not Enough on N64 had like pretty shitty music. Even the PlayStation one, I think, was a big step down, if I recall. This sounds like if it's not going to be good, it's at least going to be a little more memorable. Fire weapon, dual fire. I see, okay. Yeah, because you have to hold it down like a modifier. But it makes it sound like we just fire 2 shots of the same weapon, essentially. Actually, let's hop in here and make sure saving works. That's interesting. Set it. Oh, is it like gonna need a separate block? Ah, just there we go. Do we need separate blocks for settings and game progress? I mean, it doesn't matter. We have virtual cards, so it's fine. But I'm curious. This doesn't strike me as a game that would need more than 1 block. But I guess it does. I think. Man, this is like highly advanced. Actually seeing the memory card status on screen in the game itself. That's a very nice quality of life thing. Yeah, two blocks for settings and game progress. Fucked up. Okay. Title video. There was a separate intro. Not exactly a Bond opening type video, but an intro. And here's the missions intro and missions finale. And then the world is not enough game trailer. But we'll... I mean, we played the game, obviously, but we'll keep this as a little nugget of bonus content after we're done with the game. Ugh.
Looking for something,
what?
James? Or just looking? Either way, I hope this will whet your appetite for adventure.
Okay, I'm very confused. That's not gonna help us. So, okay, I'm assuming that Escape to the Border is the name of a mission. Available in completed mission. Continue, like, okay, so Agent obviously is the difficulty level, and here is the actual challenge. So it seems to be... Okay, so basically I'm not allowed to pick continue because I haven't progressed far enough to like be able to try this challenge. But this is fucking sick. So cheat basically, it's more like a challenge type thing where
I'm afraid I have nothing to show you yet, Mr. Bond. You're going to have to work for it.
the quality of the videos are it's like pretty impressive. Like the rendering and everything looks fairly decent for, like, I wouldn't expect this game to have CG that looks this good. But okay. It makes more sense to think of this as like a challenge mode type thing as opposed to like cheats, even though completing them will unlock cheats.
Or just looking? Either way, I hope this will whet your appetite for adventure.
We'll see a little cutscene of a babe enticing us to complete a mission, and then we get the actual briefing, and then we can like start it, assuming we have access to that level. A lot of it is even on 00 Agent, so we got to beat the game once to even get access to it. I guess we'll watch this too.
I know you like to keep abreast of things, James. So here's a little hint that might assist you.
Fucking audio clipping like crazy. Discover. This is sick. Like the little hints to what you're supposed to do, and it's not all just time trials. That's actually shockingly interesting. And I feel like just labeling this cheats and just the way it's sort of glossed over in the manual, I think it's like totally over or underselling how interesting of a feature that is to the game. I imagine none of it's ever going to really come into play for our time with the game, but it's still pretty fascinating. Well, guys, I think it's time. Let's start the timer and hit that new game button. Rescue Cherise Little and escape across the border. Escape to the border. ... Eastern Europe. Yeah, I like the look of the menus. We got some crisp high-res mode images. I'm excited to see what like the mission briefing and I'm excited about a lot of stuff in this game, and I guess we're even gonna get a proper FMV opening. We're gonna mission briefing first. Mission objectives: mission escape to the border, location Eastern Europe, highly specific. Time 1400 hours. Rescue Cherise Little. Lit. Is that, wait, what, or did I misread it? Or did they typo it? Okay, no, I just fucking can't read. Cherise Litte? I don't know what she's from Eastern Europe, I guess. I don't know what language that's supposed to be. Obtain Stinger missile from courtyard. Eliminate helicopter with Stinger. Jump border crossing to safety. So I guess the challenge thing, the cheat mode, is to clear the level, it sounds like, in 90 seconds. So this should be easy, right? I mean, even if the cheat mode like challenge is like mega hard, probably shouldn't be like a 15-minute level. Unless, of course, you can unlock the cheat. I mean, maybe the cheat is like a totally separate, because it looks like you activate it from the cheats menu, right? So maybe you're not even playing the level. Maybe you're just like in that map and it's like a totally alternate objective. You're just racing and you don't have to do this other shit. Indeed, yeah. I mean, it's not fucking around. We're talking about the prevalence of choppers and rockets. And literally the first thing we do in the game is, well, we're dutifully picking up some babe, but then we're gonna obtain missiles so we can fire them at a helicopter. Gun barrel. Kind of weird that it's showing up here and not the opening, but okay, that's it. Okay, all right. So that's the opening video that we get to see mission start. All right. Hey, they put the gun barrel in there. That's more than some recent Bond games have done, so we gotta acknowledge that. That's good.
Satellite reconnaissance shows the fortress to be patrolled by armed guards. You are to get in, retrieve Ms. Light, collect the Stinger missile, and get out quickly. If you must, engage any forces that attempt to intercept. Once clear, head for the border. Good luck, 007.
All right, we got fake M. Oh, like starting in the parking lot here. Yeah, frame rate feels like it's going to be a little rough, but looks great. Actually, let me see if I can double check the settings. I think we should probably do this. Yeah, probably better. I mean, yeah, obviously they did spring for Pierce Brosnan, right? So we do get a little Pierce Brosnan sitting in the car. Obviously, we wouldn't know whether it's his likeness or not, but it kind of looks as if it's probably a photo texture on there on the face, and we can probably assume that they slapped his little photographic face on there. That's cool. Like, already we've seen more of the characters and stuff, and even the intro, we have the M briefing with the voiceover and everything. There's a lot of like sort of production value to this that is pretty far beyond what I would have expected. Well, let's see how this goes. Okay. Shield. I'm going slow to kind of see what's going on here. Oh, right.
You'll note, 007, that the Stinger missile
that's
is
her.
the only way to neutralize airborne attacks.
Oh wow, they're wait, is it?
Hurry, Mr. Bond.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire!
And though I had the voiceovers, I don't know. Also, it's pretty fucking loud, isn't it? Let me fix that. Yeah, it's like at 14% volume, but I guess we're going down to 9. Maybe that better. Yeah, health. Oh shit, I just disabled the shield by accident.
Lock on your target with the Stinger missile. You're going to need the Stinger missile to complete your objective.
Yeah. Was it in the castle? Oh, dude, look at the radar. Smoke. All right. Let's go back, I guess. I mean, so far it seems kind of reasonable. Oh, okay, wait, I got points for shooting the tank. That means I should stop shooting, I guess, right? I guess I didn't look around to... Oh, handbrake. Do I get... These guys seem hard to kill. Yeah, it seems to like control do reasonably well. Wait, okay, so there's a red dot there. Is that fine? No. Is that the helicopter? I think so. Yeah, John Cleese kept yelling at me, so I wasn't sure what I missed or where. Left. Oh, I probably... Okay, wait. I'm supposed to go here. And then when I'm done with the helicopter, that's when I turn around and go down the other side of the road. Wait, can I... We passed here, maybe? Uh-huh.
Careful.
It's really distracting. Went slick.
Find the gap.
Thank you, Junkleys. That's helpful. The way the music just cuts out whenever anyone speaks.
The mission has been compromised. We are sending in field agents immediately.
Yeah, all right. That's fine. We're just learning how to play. Wait, we obtained the Stinger missile? Right, okay, so it did say in the mission objective that it was in the courtyard. Okay, I wasn't sure where I got that idea. So I had the Stinger, but maybe I was supposed to get to some place. Maybe using it is like context sensitive. Not sure.
Satellite
Oh, dude, instant
reconnaissance
restart,
shows
no
the
load screen.
fortress to
That
be
is so
patrolled by
nice.
armed guards.
Okay. Looks more fun than a racing game. I don't know. We'll see.
Goodness, 007.
Oh, that's the Stinger missile. I got
For
it.
the sake of the car, 007, return fire.
Dude, I'm fucking trying, John.
You'll note, 007, that the Stinger missile is the only way to neutralize airborne attacks.
Hurry, Mr. Bond.
There are like a lot of health drops though, so I reckon we'll be fine.
Watch out!
Oh, I didn't get a ton of health for that, but still.
Lock on your target with the Stinger missile. You're going to need the Stinger missile to complete your objective.
All right.
You'll need to restock your ammunition.
Wait, did I just shoot the Stinger? And that's why you complained? Because I thought I was shooting Hellfire rockets. Let me go back. Did it like respawn? Dude, I need to lower the music volume. It's like driving me nuts. So it didn't respawn. But it seemed as if I didn't think I used it. By the way he talked about, like, oh, now you have to refill your ammo. made it seem as if I accidentally fired it. Like, is this where I'm supposed to? Because there was text saying destroy the helicopter that like showed up as soon as I entered this little arena.
Wonderful shot, Mr. Bond.
Which made me think I was okay. So let's continue exploring the map, because if we get to the end, we'll at least know that that's the end, you know.
Mind the gap!
We've got company.
Oh yeah, that was okay. Was that us jumping the? Dude, did I fucking hit my own oil slick? What just happened there? Trying to fucking turn around.
Do be careful, 007.
Oh yeah, thank you. But that was a good idea, John Cleese. I will try that next time. I'll try being careful.
There's the border. Hurry, Mr. Bond.
Nailed it. Okay.
The mission has been compromised. We are sending in field agents immediately.
Okay, so maybe
Satellite
maybe
reconnaissance shows the
you
fortress to be
maybe you
patrolled by-
automatically switch to the Stinger when you enter that area.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire!
The mission has
I thought I had the machine gun equipped. The weapon switching is really awkward because you have all these different gadgets and shit.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire!
the mission has
Dude,
Sat
I hit the missile like 2 meters away from the dudes and they don't die, and then there's like 12 meters away from her and she gets killed somehow. But I'm so happy that restarting is like nice and easy.
You'll note, 007, that the Stinger missile is the only way to neutralize airborne attacks.
Okay, whatever. So I did see the Stinger was in my inventory. I wasn't sure that was the case before.
Lock on your target with the Stinger missile.
Well, he won't be hanging around.
Okay, well, there we go. We did it.
Careful.
Wait, I thought these were from the helicopter. I guess not.
Mind the gap!
We've got company.
Heal on, thank you very much.
Sometimes I swear you enjoy raising my blood pressure, 007.
Well, you sure seem to enjoy yelling at me. That's supposed to happen? Oh shit! Wait.
Well, it seems we've cleared customs, Cherise.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Call me James.
I didn't think we were getting a FME.
We've got company. I had a few optional extras installed for just such occasions.
Why does CG Pierce Brosnan look like fucking Steven Seagal? It's a little concerning.
Let's give our guest the slip, shall we? Hold on.
That's pretty cool though.
Love a drive in the country, don't you?
I hope levels continuing to be like short and sweet. Oh, the MI6 head. Oh, dude, fucking full-on briefing room.
have a seat, 007. Good work on the light operation.
Thank you, Em.
007. Upon your return, a new crisis has arisen. We are facing a major threat to global stability.
I guess that was just like an intro.
In the last decade, NATO, particularly Great Britain and the United States, have been attempting to level the playing field for member nations by forming a limited technology pool. This shared resource would improve the defensive capabilities of these countries.
This game has a
perhaps
story?
demonstrate to certain rogue factions the levels of technical innovation we possess. 2 days ago, a freighter covertly bound for a port in Halifax, Canada, was intercepted off the southern coast of Greenland in the Labrador Sea. All field agents, NATO representatives, and crew were eliminated with military precision, and the shipment was removed from the vessel.
Someone was obviously tipped off to the freighter's location. What was her cargo?
Laser-guided surface-to-air missile systems, long-range missile shield specifications and blueprints, next-generation GPS tracking, and triangulation technology. Combined, these items could give the smallest rogue faction the framework for an intercontinental ballistic missile program.
But the raid on the ship would imply the involvement of something more than a rogue faction. And if it was the work of an established power, these technologies would already be within their grasp. Was anything else taken?
Yes. A Q-branch automobile was part of the shipment.
Was there anything groundbreaking about the technologies integrated with the car?
Guidance systems, autopilot programs, advanced short-range weaponry, signature masking systems for heat and carbon exhaust. Why do you ask?
Why take the car, considering everything else on board? It's just a hunch, but...
007, your hunches are cause for sleepless nights here at MI6. But for now, I need you to rendezvous with your old friend from the CIA.
Oh, dude, Jack Wade.
Wonderful. I haven't been called Jimmy in years.
You will meet with Mr. Wade and investigate a possible report of the hijacked shipment arriving at a port in New York City. Moneypenny has made arrangements for your immediate departure.
See the name Jack Wade and all I think of is Headhunter for the Dreamcast.
In jeopardy, 007.
Oh, we'll take this cowboy fella. That's fine. Dude, that's a pretty sick briefing. Even like cybernetic sound effects when it's
I hear field
cycling through
operatives
shit.
use every means at their disposal to achieve their objectives. Shall we celebrate, James?
Dude, the manual's like, oh, there's 2 cutscenes in the entire game. And we got fucking 3 FMVs for the first mission. Oh, I can't. Oh, whatever. Whatever then. Okay, fine. We'll do it. Go away. Sick. Get fucked, Brian J. Wait, 85%. What? Completion? 85% escaped to the border? It sure as hell shouldn't be my remaining health percentage. Is it like how many enemies I killed? I'm very confused. It gives me help for the controls, but not what anything is here. Efficiency? Yeah, but what does that mean? What does that mean exactly? How do you measure that? It's funny, when I saw this picture, I was like, wait, is that a young M? Because he definitely looks like Judi Dench, doesn't she? Like in that picture, the way it's like the pixels are sort of bunched up a little bit. But I guess it's the girl we rescued. But yeah, I reckon that's M. Jettison the vehicle carrying the bomb into the river. So I guess we... Wait, hang on. I was going to say, I guess we can't see the completion time. Game status may have changed. Save. That's an interesting... Yeah, stuff like this definitely is like a giveaway that this is a late game. It's like a little more modern handling of the save. Dude, I even get to like pick which file override if I have multiples. Oh, do I have to? Okay. It's asking me to like re-enter my save file name. I can't be bothered. Yeah, I get it. Can I please leave? There we go. No. Oh. So I wanted to look here. Okay. These aren't the records I was hoping to see. So I figured maybe we see a completion time. No, back. I was curious. Wait, Pre-mission. Why is it a different thumbnail now? I'm so confused. I thought I would be less confused. Available and completed. Okay, so if I press X now, activated. Wait. Oh, did I successfully do this? And is that why we got another? It doesn't fucking tell me what it is though. It's a picture of a girl and it says activated. I guess available in completed missions means I can play with whatever this cheat is, but it'll only apply for levels I've already completed. Pre-mission. Oh, wait, is that the cheat? Pre-mission replay? I get to see a replay? I get a what? A pre-play? I get to see what I've done before I've done it? Does it mean I get to see like a pre-recorded super play? Or is it what? To continue, this brings me back here. Okay, so I wanted to see if I was supposed to do something from this menu to launch into the challenge thing, but I guess we must have completed it within 90 seconds because that's the thought I had. Like, well, you kind of do everything. Like, it's a short mission. You don't really need to stop or anything. And 90 seconds is quite, like, you can get pretty far in 90 seconds. So we must have done it. But it doesn't seem like activating this is gonna like do anything for us. Like, well, more importantly, it's not gonna like harm our ability to progress or whatever. Okay, so this is only for 00, so it's not gonna be relevant anyway. Well, whatever. I guess we can just ignore it because I just wanted to go into this menu to see if I could better understand what's going on there. But I wonder then if because the picture of the lady changed here, I wonder if that cutscene we saw, the full screen FMV of the girl saying something, whatever, in our hotel room, whatever that was that maybe a little video clip that was a reward for completing the cheat challenge? Because it didn't seem entirely connected to what was going on with the mission briefing story stuff. I'm a little confused. But that's neither here nor there. We completed mission 1. Give me a break. New York, 0900 hours. Collect all transmitters, jettison car, and Hudson River. I like the little thumbnails. Like the visual presentation, like overall, like I'm shocked at how, like, I thought this would be such a cheap little like throwaway game, but I'm very surprised at how like high the production values are.
Welcome to New York, Mr. Bond. I've taken the liberty to include a welcome gift with your car to ensure your arrival is celebrated in a most explosive manner. Do not think of stopping to disable the bomb, as slowing your car will result in its detonation. And your license to kill does not include Manhattan residents.
Who the fuck's talking?
Mr. Bond. I'm sparing you the significantly more grisly fate that awaits the rest of the world.
Is this Jeremy Irons? Is this Simon Gruber? What's going on here? No M briefing. We just get... Alright, okay, sure. That was cool though. I guess... How is this connected to... this freighter being hijacked off the coast of Greenland? Okay, whatever. We're in New York now, and we gotta get bombs.
007. Our satellite reconnaissance has established a location where it is safe to jettison your vehicle and the bomb. Jack Wade and the CIA have marked a route.
Oh wait, was that? No wait, hang on. That was
placed frequency distortion transmitters at specific intervals, each of which will confuse the bomb's detonation device for a brief period, gaining you valuable seconds. Good luck, 007.
Okay, there's a lot to take in here.
Hey, Jimmy. Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle. To get the car to Hudson Bay Harbor and jettison it in the river before she blows.
So many people talking.
Deadshot. I don't want to be digging your grave.
Oh, rock solid trees. I should have known.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond.
That's why it was beeping before. I was like, I heard a beep and I thought, oh, is that the timer ticking down? It's like, wait, there's 14 seconds left. All right, okay. No, I guess we're Die Hard with a vengeance, but it's also speed. It's pretty cool. I'm just a little confused. And there's like, yeah, there's maybe the briefing would have said something. There's all of a sudden we're over inundated with mission briefings. At first, when the cutscene started, I was like, oh, is this Colin Salmon briefing us again? I was like, wait, but I think he has a slight German accent. Like, oh wait, he seems villainous. And then we start the mission and M starts chatting to us, and then Jack Wade from CIA starts hollering. Oh shit, okay. All right, note to self, don't let the replay actually end, because then you get brought back to the menu. Yeah, because there's no pre-mission like voiceover briefing. You get this screen and then you go into the level, and in the level intro cutscene you get the voiceover briefing. But in this case you get fucking Simon Gruber or whoever. No, there's nothing more here. Wait, what? How did... Okay. This is incredibly confusing. There we go. Wait, was there... Hang on. There's stuff here. This is so hidden. Okay. Maybe we can understand the plot if we read this. Incoming message from M at MI6. 007, your entry into Eastern Europe must be kept a secret so we can orchestrate the extraction of Churi's Light, the daughter of European Union Trade Minister and diplomat Dr. Hammond Light. So I wonder if this is like irrelevant, just a preamble intro thing, but whatever. Let's see if we can understand anything. What's up, Father Axekeeper? So weird. Like every other game, we have to like press 12 buttons to go through everything, and here they just like tuck away this little mission briefing behind a tiniest little arrow in the corner that it's very easy to read as just like, oh yeah, just confirm to progress. But no, you actually have to tap right on the D-pad to access this screen, and it's entirely skippable. I mean, it's good that it's skippable, but it's bad that it's so easy to miss, I guess. But yeah, thanks, Dr. No. If you hadn't yelled at me, I would never have found this screen, I think. Though an actual kidnapping has not been reported, Dr. Light is adamant that his daughter is being held against her will, and his strong ties with UN policymakers has brought this situation to our attention. You are to escort Miss Light across the border to safety. Time will be of the essence. Not really, I think, except, well, time is of the essence, and that doing it quickly will unlock some kind of cheat that we don't understand what it is, but okay, let's see if we can make more sense of this. Classic Bond game order of business, though. You get you get the specific instructions before you get the context for what any of these instructions mean. So you get this, and then you can read. After touching down in New York, you are met by a rental car agent outside the terminal at JFK International Airport, who shows you to your vehicle. You head into the city to meet up with your old friend and CIA agent Jack Wade, when suddenly the car's cell phone rings. So it's funny, I was just praising this game for having surprisingly high production values, and then they have these like little text-only screens that it's like, I don't even know what to compare it to, but like you have to read this text for what actually plays out on screen to make any sense. It's like kind of funny. I feel like it could have been handled slightly more smoothly, but fair enough, fair enough. All right, okay. There was a bit of a leap there from jumping across the border into a helicopter and exploding, luring some army dudes off the, edge of a cliff. And then M talks about a hijacked freighter with stolen Q branch equipment and enough stuff that will let any rogue outfit equip themselves with ICBMs. So I guess she was saying that we were gonna meet with Jack Wade. I guess that's, I don't know, everything, it's just so hard for me to take in this shit. I don't know what it is, but all right. So that's where we're at, New York. In New York. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, like, there was so much going on in the cutscene, but it dawned on me that as they were talking about this, the Bond car being stolen or whatever, I guess technically I haven't seen all the Bond films, and the ones I have seen, I've probably forgotten half of them, but have we ever seen, you know, a sort of car duel where Bond has to use his Bond car to, like, race or duel or fight a villain with, like, a, you know, equivalently equipped vehicle? Like, whether it's in a movie or in a game, I feel like it seems like such an obvious thing that it's like weird that I can't think of an example of them doing that. I mean, I guess it sounds like we're gonna get that in this game sooner or later, and that's cool. It's a game like this seems like a good opportunity to do something like that, but it just, like I said, it dawned on me, like, you know what, that seems like something they should do. There's a car fight in Die Another Day.
Welcome to New York, Mr. Bond.
There's something about driving on the ice, for sure, yeah. Yeah, but I guess specifically, like, yeah, of course.
In the most explosive manner. Do not think of stopping to disable the bomb.
Oh yeah, that's what he's talking about here, the speed thing. I got it, okay.
And your license to kill.
Oh no, I mean, obviously Bond has like
but don't fret, Mr.
had to deal with other drivers. There's car chases where stuff happens, but what I mean more specifically is that, like, through Q Branch, Bond has, like, exclusive access to very cool gadgets and vehicles and whatnot. And there's been, like, a bunch of MI6 being infiltrated, the headquarters being exploded, whatever else. But the sort of plot thread of, like, this Q Branch car being stolen and reverse engineered, and now Bond has to face, like, some kind of evil Bond that also is equipped with a Bond car with cool shit, and he has to, like, figure out some way to overcome that. I think that's not a bad idea. It sounds like it could be a fun sort of action climax. Like, 'cause, you know, there's plenty of examples of the sort of, you know, evil mirror image of the hero, right? Whether it's Bond or whatever else, like the villain is this kind of dark reflection, but it doesn't tend to manifest in that way specifically of them also having Bond equipment and gadgets and cars. Like, yeah, I think that would be pretty fun. All right.
007. Our satellite reconnaissance has established a location where it is safe to jettison your vehicle and the bomb.
All right, so that's why we need to jettison the vehicle, because we can't park,
and have placed
or to make more sense.
Transmitters at specific intervals, each of which will confuse the bomb's detonation device for a brief period, gaining valuable seconds. Good luck, 007.
Go this way this time.
Hey, Jimmy. Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle. To get the car to Hudson Bay
That really
Harbor,
looks really impressive.
before she blows.
Yeah, this makes it a little easier to go around there. Let's not crash into a tree. A lot of ambient sounds. I don't really miss the music. It's like it's in there in the background.
Careful, hotshot. I don't want to be digging your grave.
Okay, the 180 turn actually might be useful in this mission, but I'm taking it a little nice and easy here. All right, there's a timer. Okay, a lot to take in here. A little careful. Like, I feel like there's like a million ways that could be so much more obnoxious than it is.
Does Her Majesty think that's legal?
Okay. Could have been bad.
Driving here is not like England. People aren't so polite.
Fucking random one-liner comments and shit. Actually, I got -5 points for touching a car.
Need I remind you the clock is ticking?
Oh boy.
007?
Fucked up. Okay, I can still get there. Thank you, New York. Street. Grid.
Cutting it awfully close to the wire, 007.
Okay, I think that kind of worked out.
That's it. Now launch the car off the jetty.
Oh, okay. There was a counter on the top left. I didn't even notice. Oh, so that's why we saw this in the trailer. It seems
It's a
weird
good thing I asked for the water damage waiver.
that we saw this.
Well, that was a splashing success.
That makes sense. Dude, the fucking audio clipping. Wait. Mission debriefing.
Very clever, Mr. Bond.
Oh, did I must have like mashed past this. Because we definitely didn't see a time and shit for the first mission. Pass percentage. Wow. So you could have literally done, well, maybe not. I was gonna say you could have done everything and still failed. I guess if you did everything, you probably would end up with 50. No, but this is gonna give room for certain stages to be more obnoxious about how strict they are.
Unspeakable horror.
Goatee _ subscribed at tier 1. What is up, Goatee? Thank you very much for your continued support. Imagine this on 00 difficulty. Well, I mean, I cleared it basically first try. Technically second try because I didn't realize the timer thing the first time. And I fucked up a little bit. Like, I felt like this is so much more forgiving than I expected. I feel like if I did it again, I could do it much faster or more confidently. Oh, that's pretty cool with the hydrant. It's actually, I'm actually enjoying watching this replay onto the Jams shop, because you actually get to appreciate the graphics and stuff much more when you're not preoccupied with completing the mission. And this environment is actually really detailed and cool looking. So the replay is actually kind of cool. Like in the first level, I didn't much care about it. Watch where you're going. But this is cool. 00, I think you barely passed, but the level's kind of different. See, I was thinking about that when we first saw in the manual. Like, the idea that we have the agent and 00 agent, that's kind of the same as the previous couple of games. And the fact that there's objectives, obviously, also kind of similar. And so the first thought I had when I saw that is like, I wonder if the objectives are straight up different. I guess that could be the case. We won't really get to know that because we won't get 00 agent before we beat the game. And I reckon beating this game once is going to be more than enough for me. But it's interesting. Like, so far, I'm positively surprised. There's you know, a little bit of jank here and there, but it's mostly like the graphics are great. It feels good to control. There's like more going on with the cutscenes in the opening and the like the Statue of Liberty there. Like the production values and like it's a much more impressive game than I was expecting. But that doesn't mean it can't also be endlessly annoying. I mean, GoldenEye is impressive, but it's annoying as shit. So, but we'll see how it develops. I don't know how many levels there are either. Replay reminds you of Stuntman. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It'd be interesting to see at the very least. Like maybe there's some way. Maybe there are. Like obviously the cheats aren't like cheats in terms of like entering codes or whatever. But maybe that doesn't preclude the possibility of there being cheat codes also. And if that's the case, it'd be interesting to unlock 00. Well, I mean, we might beat the game. Hopefully we'll beat the game, in which case we'll unlock 00 agent difficulty, but we'd still only have access to the first mission, because I think you have to replay the whole game on 00 agent. But I'd be curious to see what the like if you can just look at the briefing screens and get enough of a sense of how it might actually be different. 40 minutes in, we've already completed 2 missions. That's more than I expected in terms of progress. So I reckon if you look at the cheats menu, there's going to be 1 per level, so you can probably just look through that menu and see how many levels there are, but I'd rather explore it as we go. I don't think the manual or the ads or anything talked about a specific number of missions. I'm glad so far that they are short. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case, but I'd rather take these like short, like Spy Hunter is kind of structured the same way. We talked about that before. They're like fast-paced, nice and tightly designed, and in some cases very challenging, but it's never a headache to restart and try again, because they're not 35-minute slogs. Like, it's just, I'd much rather have more short missions than fewer longer ones for sure. I've been going for a while though. 40 minutes of gameplay, but we did a bunch of just chatting. Man, I'm confused today. Reading manuals and what have you. So we'll pause the clock there. I'll take a short break. I will be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll check out Ambush. I guess we're still in New York City, so we'll see what's up with that. But yeah, see you guys in just a little bit. All right. I'm back. Let's see if we can get some Bond audio. And, all right. Let's resume timer and continue. Select mission, ambush. Is John Cleese going to ambush us? Escape the ambush and locate. Yeah, this is so funny. Like I was talking about, like the whole reverse order. First, we get a little synopsis of what we need to do, which we have no. Like, if we imagine if we just finished the previous mission, it's like, oh yeah, escape the ambush. Like, what ambush? And then we go in here. I was like, oh yeah, disable all vehicles in ambush, disable forklifts, gain access to distribution center, collect EMP gadgets, destroy all 10 computers with EMP. Like, none of that makes any sense. And then we have to read this, which tells the story of what Bond was doing in between these missions. They couldn't make cutscenes or anything about it. I mean, not that I would expect that, but it's just funny. Upon surfacing from the water, you spot a black sedan, the driver of which you recognize as the rental agent who delivered you the car. Before he speeds away, you launch a tracking beacon that attaches itself to the sedan. Oh, there's like multiple pages. Wow. Once on land, you are met by Jack Wade. After briefing Wade, he notes a shipment from Q Branch has just arrived at CIA headquarters. It's the Aston Martin DB5, modified and ready for service. Using the DB5's onboard tracking system, you locate and trail the sedan through the city, but upon entering an alleyway, you find yourself in an ambush. So even now, most of the descriptions of the stuff on this screen makes no, like, I have no context for what any of this means. It's so weird, because, like, yes, this is a checklist of what we need to do in the level, but I feel like it would make way more sense if the briefing we get ahead of the mission, not just like narratively within the fiction, being like, oh yeah, your objective is to follow this dude, see what's up, and then like, whoops, we're in an ambush. Okay, this is what we do now. Because I thought that was cool in I think it was The World's Not Enough on N64, I guess, that had these, like, the mission objectives actually change during the mission. You do something and all of a sudden, ooh, shit, this came up, you need to do this, which makes sense, right? You can't really, if you're gonna be like ambushed, or there's gonna be some trouble, or there's some twist, something happening mid-mission, it's weird if that's already laid out in the mission objectives you get from your boss. Like, oh yeah, and then later on you're gonna be surprised by this dude coming up and he's gonna throw everything upside down, and when that happens, this is what you do next. Like, that makes no sense. But not only does it not make sense narratively, like for me, just getting in the right mindset of figuring out what I'm supposed to do, it's almost confusing having too many of these instructions ahead of time when I have no context. Like, I just have to imagine what it's going to mean in terms of the actual mission. Whereas if they come up as the level progresses, I can get the context for what's going on first. I don't know. I just think it's a little clunky and it's a little awkward. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have to play the mission first anyway to figure out what's going on. Like, having this information ahead of time isn't really that helpful. It gets a little weird. Disable all vehicles basically means we start in a little combat arena, I guess. And then there's going to be forklifts that we disable. Gain access. Well, anyway, we'll see if we get like a big pointy arrow or something this time to help us out. Just like, well, we gotta stick someone's photo in this image. So here's John Cleese.
Now pay attention, 007. We've equipped the DB5 for standard pursuit maneuvers. Left and right wing front machine guns and side-mounted rockets for offensive measures. The real treats, however, are applied to defense. A rear-deployed smoke screen, oil slick system, and a bulletproof screen that will assist you if things heat up from behind. Now all of this would be for naught without a tracking system. A sensitive microwave receiver that picks up the signal from your transmitting beacon. Simply follow the blip on the onboard display. Need I remind you, 007, that I expect the car returned in pristine order for once?
Is the ambush that Bond fucking backed himself extremely far into this weird cramped cul-de-sac or whatever? Well, it's not even a cul. It's just a tight alley that leads nowhere. There's no doors or anything either. So yeah, we can drive forward into this little area with stuff. Like this briefing we got, like this makes no sense. Like, oh, we're in an ambush, and here's Q like preparing this little training course with a full arsenal of weapons. Bond alley, yeah. Okay.
Don't even think about using the car as a battering ram, 007. Pick up some
Smoke. We keep
ammunition,
getting.
for heaven's sake.
Like anytime you pick up weapons, you just swap weapons. Okay, got a car there, I guess.
Careful, 007, you're not invulnerable and neither
Okay, I destroyed
is
my
that
car. So you
vehicle.
take splash damage. Okay, I can just do this. Right? Okay.
Now
Not very responsive.
Don't even think about using the car as a battering ram.
Right, yeah, look at my
007.
health.
Pick up some ammunition, for heaven's sake.
Just waste the oil slick. Like creating enough space to fire against these dudes without being like point blank is a bit tricky. Okay, I realized I think I need to increase this because when I'm turning around I can't see where I'm looking. Yeah, it's okay. This is much better. Okay. Oh, they crashed into each other there a little bit. Oh yeah, I can do this. Oh, that's the wrong button. Yeah, take a good chunk of damage from that. Dude, dude, my car is like totally undrivable. But I just noticed there's a little enemy counter. You have to like turn perfectly around. My radar's. Oh. And it's like the missiles don't fire from the center of your car either.
That's years worth of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this game is getting annoying. So he was able to get close enough.
Now pay attention, Double.
That I took damage from the rocket.
Don't even think about using the car
But let's
as a
save the
battering
oil
ram,
and shit, and
007.
maybe like if we
Pick
get
up some ammunition, for heaven's
squashed up like that. Yeah, I hit something. Oh, I guess there were dudes maybe.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire.
Yeah, I hit dudes up there. It's so hard to hit them. Alright. I can afford to do that like once, I guess. Yeah, this is getting too close. It just... Ah! Okay, how do I create space? Oh yeah, I forgot there's a camera angle button.
Do be careful,
Dude, look at my
007,
health.
That
Okay.
gate is incredibly hard to find.
Just have to get him when they...
You don't have your health, 007. You don't have anything.
Okay. I wonder if...
That's
too close. I wonder if you can... Can you kill them with the machine gun?
Now pay attention.
And if so, like, did their explosion, like, hurt me?
Don't even think about using the car as a battering ram, 007.
We're gonna try this. It doesn't seem like this is gonna work. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is very clearly not a racing game. This was something we identified, like, kind of immediately. Cool, the oil slick. Guess you have to use the oil slick somehow and make them trip up. Dude, the way you, like, automatically swap weapons is kind of infuriating. I guess I can just back up. That's maybe the better strat. I can't technically drive backwards, right? So maybe I should just do that. Yeah, this is gonna be easier. If I can fucking hit anything. Oh my, every time you try to go from reverse to forward or vice versa, it takes so long to adjust. Like, you just keep... Oh.
Objective attained.
There we go. Objective attained. Is that a... Okay. Dinger. I guess we needed that. Health. Nice. Heals. Heals up. Alright. Oh, forklift.
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon web. You should be safe for the moment. Careful, 007.
Oh!
Titanium armor would protect
Replacing car. Okay.
Keep circling until you find its weak side exposed.
Okay. Wait, I did something. Oil slick, is that gonna help? That's something about a weak side. Or like shoot it from behind. The one forklift that destroyed, like, it just seemed to mostly destroy itself off screen, so... Oh, I beg your pardon.
007, pay attention!
Oh my god, I'm just trying to turn! Acceleration is, like, so terrible. What can I do? Like, am I just screwed? Do I have to see, like, I guess I don't know if you can see, like, from the brake lights or what, but like when I'm trying to go from going forwards to backwards or vice versa, like,
Try to find a medical kit, 007.
That's years worth of
okay,
patient
so
research
it was taking damage. I could see the thing, the meter on the top left was draining, so the machine gun will work. You just need to shoot them from behind. But I think the first one destroyed itself.
Don't even think about using the car as a battering ram, 007.
Somehow.
Pick up some ammunition, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, like sniping them as they come in there, it's like my best bet for sure.
That paint is incredibly hard to find.
Alright, he blew himself up. Ah!
Objective attained.
Okay, now I got 50 minus points for shooting an already exploded car, by the way. Now these guys are gonna fucking kill me with their machine guns while I'm trying to dodge this building. Probably want that oil also. I think I did. Yeah, here's oil. Oh, that's smoke. I guess the green one is oil. Do I have oil? I don't. I think I'm gonna need it. Alright, you get a bit of health here.
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon web. You should be safe for the moment. Careful, 007. Titanium armor won't protect you against stupidity.
My hellfires, there we go.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire. Keep circling until you find its weak side exposed.
Oh my god, my weapons. Oh, I just kept toggling the shield. Keep circling, huh?
Do you have any idea what goes into building this equipment, 007? Do be careful.
A little wear and tear in the field is quite normal, huh?
I'm holding the accelerator.
007, pay attention.
Dude, I'm trying my fucking best here, John, please. Wait, okay, one of them just exploded. I don't know if I backed into it or what just happened there. Oh, I can't do this like jousting thing. I have to try to sneak around it somehow.
Several of you 00 agents.
Holy shit, why do you take so much damage like
back in pristine order?
Oh.
Now pet.
Like you can only shoot weapons forward, and if the thing you're shooting at is like within 20 meters, you take full damage.
Pick up some ammunition for heaven's sake.
And the area is like 50 meters wide and everything is chasing you. And you keep fucking picking up different weapons. So whenever you're like lining up your perfect shot and you accidentally pick up an oil slick. And there's no fucking splash damage for hitting them. Just you're the only one affected by it.
That paint is incredibly hard to find.
Yeah, this game's a little bit annoying, one might say. Alright, I'm out of ammo. You have a window of like a second to get that shot in before they close in. It took me so long to cycle through the weapons that he was able to dodge.
Try to find a medical
You have these giant explosive crates all over the place. And then when you take damage, you also lose your radar. Man, they sure found a lot of ways to make this incredibly annoying. I don't even know how I'm supposed to
with carbon web. You should be safe for the moment.
deal with the enemies.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire.
Dude, do you want to fucking
Keep circling until you
switch
find its
places?
side exposed. Careful, 007. Titanium armor will protect you against stupidity.
Dudes are fucking difficult to hit also. Alright, so that explosive crate takes care of that guy.
Do you have any idea what goes into building this equipment, 007? Do be careful.
Smoke really
A little
helps.
wear and tear in the
Hitting
field
dudes
quite
is
normal,
fucking
huh?
impossible. Like almost stuck against the wall there. Oh, my health is draining. Okay, there's a explosive box there.
If you don't have your health, 007, you don't have anything.
Oh, I'm trying to back up.
One more collision and the mission's compromised.
Thing is, like, even if I make the forklift run into that
That's years worth of patient research wasted.
literally exactly what I was
Terribly
about to say.
disappointing,
Even if I
007.
get the truck to drive into the explosive box, the splash damage of the explosion is gonna kill me, and that's exactly what happened.
Now, pay.
Sure is a game.
Don't even think about using the car as a battering ram, 007. Pick up some ammunition, for heaven's sake.
That just, oh my god, I can't believe how precise the hitboxes are. Like, you just really have to be accurate. You got too close to me. Them bumping into you deals damage too, by the way. Oh, I lost points because I accidentally hit the one I already destroyed. Okay, we did okay there. I'm getting slightly better hang of this first section. And I reckon this explosive boxes seem to kind of be the key. But it's like easier to trick them when there's when they're both around. Okay, I need to take care of the machine gun dudes here, or the whatever they have, pistols. The dudes anyway. Yeah. Oops, wrong button.
Careful, 007. Titanium armor will protect you against stupidity.
Save that health.
Keep circling until you find its weak side exposed.
I put some oil around the thing, maybe. Alright, oil. What if I... Nope, that didn't work. Fuck. I was like, what if I blow up the thing next to them? Look at my health. Look at my health. Holy fucking hell. Okay, so far, the most successful thing appears to be getting lifted up by the forklift and praying that you get respawned behind it. Alright, they're just chilling over there, are they? Yeah, they know that they're safe. Unless they're like getting stuck on each other. Which, maybe is the case. What? Okay. The machine gun is dealing way more damage than the missile. Okay, that was convenient. Confusing. Burning radius. One %. It's ridiculous.
007, pay attention.
Alright, enemy 0, but we're not done yet, somehow.
Objective attained.
Okay. Wait, did I get that final health box? I guess I did, so I just have no health, but maybe there's more health in the next section.
The route is clear, 007. Discretion
Okay,
is the better part of valor.
Star objectives? I'm like so flustered right now. Yeah, sorry. I've been like totally neglecting chat because I've been so consumed by this. Okay. Collect EMP gadget. Destroy all 10 computers with EMP. Okay. The computers are hopefully not as indestructible and lethal as the forklifts. I like that stage 1 had us deal with at least 2 tanks and 1 helicopter and like mortars, trucks trying to kill us, and that was like a complete cakewalk. I didn't even sweat. And here we have to deal with 2 forklifts, and it's just like fucking impossible. That's pretty funny.
For the sake of the car, 007, return
Nitro.
fire.
Okay. Oh, I fucking used the nitro because I thought I had the gun. Jesus Christ. Gadgets and weapons being the same thing and like auto switching constantly is fucking sure is a thing. And there's just like a million dudes off screen. Okay, I guess I wasn't supposed to go. Wait, what? Is that a mission fail?
That's years worth of patient research waste.
I wasn't meant to go there, I guess. What on earth was going on? What was I supposed to do?
Now pay attention.
Not go that way, I guess. Okay, yeah. We'll see if we can finish this mission today.
Don't even think about using the car as a battering ram, 007. Pick up some ammunition, for heaven's sake.
And then you back up into a wall and the camera shifts. Machine gun doesn't hit that high up.
Return fire.
Blows a box tumbling around quite dangerously. There's the health. Fine. There's more. Ah, shit. Boxes are way too dangerous.
Objective attained.
Yeah. Objective attained is also a strange phrase, isn't it? Get a little fanfare every time we pick something up, which is kind of funny. Okay, I guess the Hellfire is kind of pointless because the machine gun was way more effective at dealing with the forklifts, and we needed to take out the dudes first also anyway.
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon web. You should be safe for the moment.
I was just bragging about his titanium shield, and it's like draining health like nobody's business. These little guns. Probably shouldn't have grabbed that just yet, but that's fine. Ignore that. Fuck, that was a huge waste.
Keep circling until you find its weak side exposed.
Dude, they're so fast. Why are they this fast? Like, why is a forklift outmaneuvering an Aston Martin DB5? What, maybe Q should just get Bond his own forklift. Maybe that's just the key.
Objective attained.
The explosion hurt me there, but I'm still at a significantly better spot than last time. Just ridiculous, like the fact the forklifts are more armored than like a car to begin with is like a little weird. Then the fact that even when you hit them in their weak spot, the missiles do nothing. Like the machine gun is like more
discretion is the better part of valor.
Powerful and effective. Okay, I guess that's like on the other side. Use nitro here. Collect EMP gadgets. That's something I'm supposed to do in here.
The protective screen is on the rear, 007.
Oh, there's a dot now. I see. Wait, hang on. I think I missed this room, didn't I? Now we have a timer. Oh, wait, hang on. No? Is this... These aren't what I'm destroying, are they? Everything has to be so confusing. Nope, I'm not going here. Okay. Am I supposed to destroy these things? They look like they would be computers. I don't know what the million dots on the map mean. Machine gun wouldn't work. I just want to see if I can like achieve something that appears to look like progress. Because we don't get a counter now. I think we take damage from that also. not disappearing at least. Okay, so those were the computers.
Years worth of patient research wasted. Terribly disappointing, 007.
Yeah, that makes my car blow up. All 10 computers. Okay. But it looked like Dot disappeared, so I think we can conclude that those were computers. We were doing the right thing, but we were probably supposed to destroy those other 3 in that first room also. And the thing is, I thought when you see it broken and burning, I thought that meant destroying, but I didn't realize you can keep shooting at it a little bit further and it actually explodes fully. So I guess that's what we're supposed to do. So I think we've got it. I think we've got it. The question is, do we need to leave and find some kind of exit?
Now pay attention.
So maybe the exit is what I found before, except I just found it too soon.
Think about using the car as a battering ram, 007. Pick up some ammunition, for heaven's sake.
Oh shit, I need actual missiles
For the
here.
sake of the car, 007, return fire.
God. Novelty of John Cleese's presence is starting to wear significantly thinner pretty quickly. I have no fucking health. I didn't even... I thought I was doing okay, but I was just going fast. I wasn't doing well. We're actually done now, apparently. So let's grab more health here, though. Yeah, I guess I just didn't grab any health. Yeah, the weapon cycling is like infuriatingly obnoxious because you have to do it constantly. You shift through these like fairly useless items.
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon web. You should be safe for the moment.
I want to grab that health, but pretty challenging to navigate.
Careful, 007. Titanium armor won't protect you against stupidity.
Sorry, I couldn't quite keep my eyes on the alert there, but thanks for the follow.
Keep circling until you find its weak side exposed.
So far, we've managed twice get them caught on each other, which helped out. That was draining my health. I'm like too far away, I can't hit him either. There's like an explosive box. Okay, there we go. I thought it was like right behind me. Fortunately, that shook the other guy loose.
There are several
Nice, okay.
agents, but there's only one of
That
those
worked out,
vehicles I
but now I
need
desperately need
back in
health.
pristine order.
There's one at least here. Like the whole room up there was like, there was nitro and shit everywhere, so I thought maybe that was useful for something, but it
Route is
doesn't
clear,
really
007.
seem that way.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Happy to stick with machine gun here with all these dudes. So wait, I guess we have to destroy these computers. Do we get back here? Because there's like computers. Wait, are there computers here? Yeah. Because there's no timer yet, so. Clear up here a little bit. Watch us finish all the objectives and still not clear the mission because our percentage wasn't high enough. Yeah, I was just curious if that hurt the car, but apparently not, thankfully. Okay, you like jump across there, so Nitro. Okay, so let's start by going down here and then throwing these computers up here. Avoid that. Gently swapped. I don't know what's up with this fucking Crash Bandicoot music, by the way. I don't want to be too close, because then I take damage, by the way, if you're wondering what I'm trying to achieve. Time. I'm not hitting it. I can't see if I can't tell if I'm hitting it. Oh, they drop health. Maybe they made them drop health because they know it's impossible to hit these things. Well, they don't all drop health. How convenient. Okay, that's half the time for those. Wait, not this way. Fucking dudes, of course there's dudes.
Try to find a medical kit, 007.
Why do the cars go flying? It explodes.
You desperately need a medical kit, 007.
You're telling me.
That's
Okay.
years worth.
We're getting there slowly, but I need to get better at like parking myself to use the
Now
EMP. But we also, I should have taken care of the dudes immediately in that final room.
Using the car as a battering ram, 007. Pick up
Because
some
they will
ammunition
just
for
drain your
heaven's
health. Alright, I'm gonna missiles. Missed that health, but that's fine.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire.
Objective
Okay,
attained.
done. Objective attained. Now we're fine. There's another health here. With the M gun. Try to get some dudes taken care of.
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon web. You should be safe for the moment.
Disable forklifts. Get to that soon enough. I'm gonna disable some of these guys first.
Careful, 007. Titanium armor would protect you against stupidity.
I need to be protected against John Cleese, I think.
Keep circling until you find its weak side exposed.
I never really particularly did anything to make them pile up on each other. They just sort of tended to do that by themselves. I don't have any particular strat for that. I'm trying to stop and turn around. It's like you have to get close enough for the machine gun to like hit also. Fucked up. The turning radius is so bad. It's so hard to turn around these things. Like, as soon as I get behind it, it starts backing up. Because it knows that if it backs up against my car, I take damage. Somehow my titanium alloy Kevlar shielding... dude! Yeah, my health bar just literally drained from being in contact with a forklift. Ridiculous. Why do you need Q branch when you can just get a forklift? Honestly. Yeah, now I'm like too close, so I can't shoot it, because if I destroy it, I'll die. There's no real way to like shoot it from a distance either. I'm pretty much screwed here.
Objective attained.
Yeah, game over.
Now,
The splash damage on cars exploding is like ridiculous. It's like you're so constricted in these areas, but you like there's just no room to create the space that you need to inflict damage without taking damage. Oh, I'm out. Oh.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire!
I bumped into the wall behind me, which changed my direction enough for it to not hit. Nice. Okay.
Attained.
Get some health. So the rockets at least are pretty good at hitting those dudes. But still a bit of a nuisance. Get the Stinger to blow down, like the Hellfire rockets, I'm sure not enough to take down this hence. All right, M gun, shield. I was drifting.
The rear screen is titanium laced with
I don't know. It's very hard to, like, it's not that the car feels difficult to control. It's more that I'm nowhere near nimble enough to deal with these fucks. And the turning, I mean, yeah, it's the turning radius doesn't in itself feel bad. It's just that it's not like these guys have like better acceleration and better turning than I have. But in these situations of like trying to creep around, like they're just much better at it than I am. You'll see that whatever, like, they just find themselves on top of me like that.
Do you have any idea what goes into building this equipment, 007?
Look at my health. Look at my health. I'm trying to back up.
Wear and tear in the field is quite normal,
Oh, it's like the collision check is all fucked up. Like it's happening per frame, even when there's like no friction. It's like we're close enough to each other, and that's just causing it to continually drain. But anytime I like try to change directions or stop and start, like the inertia is. You sneak up behind them and they back up at like 0.5 miles per hour, and my fucking titanium shielded Bond car fucking instantly explodes.
Now,
man, how do they fuck it up so bad? The first stages were cool, and this is just.
Don't even think about using the car
utterly obnoxious.
007, pick up some ammunition for heaven's sake.
It's like so easy for them to just dodge, not get hit. Rockets. More rockets. The oil. Is that car still alive? Yep, I guess it was.
Do be careful, 007.
I took damage. Of course I took damage.
Hard to find.
Objective
Yeah, your
attained.
best bet, kind of them crashing into you, so that they stop and knock you away. So there's like a little bit of space between you. Oh, okay, not at full health, but we might be after this. Oh, okay, let me catch up with chat. I'll take a break. What's up, Neurovisor? Watching Game Spawn. Favorite so far is the Stealth Affair. Discarding GoldenEye, of course. Well, we're already on very different opinions there, but that's fine. I really did like to run on Stealth Affair. Such a shame someone spoiled you at the end. I mean, the idea of a James Bond point-and-click adventure is excellent, but I think that game is just very poorly designed. The sort of structure and flow of it, and like soft locks everywhere. But even when you like do it correctly and follow the path of what you're supposed to do, the puzzles aren't very satisfyingly constructed, because you often have like a vague sense of what sort of logically makes sense, but a lot of the difficulty of the game is like figuring out the exact order and the exact verb and the exact item and the exact position that the game wants you to do things for it to exactly turn out. Like, you can sort of assess the situation broadly. It's like, oh yeah, I need to do this, right? And then it can take like an hour to figure out how exactly the game wants you to do the thing. And you try one way of doing it and it doesn't work, and the feedback is so poor, so you can never be sure if it's because you had the wrong idea or you just didn't do it exactly the way the game wanted you to do it. There's a lot of that. The writing is weird and bad. There's this like, I mean, it's made by French people, right? So the English script is like strangely translated. There's this weird sarcastic narrator that's making fun of you. There's a lot of text boxes that show up when you interact with stuff where it's not clear if it's your character speaking or if it's the narration speaking or if it's like the developer speaking. And then on top of that, you have these horrendous maze sequences and stuff. Like, there's so many things that are aggravating about that game. But the presentation, the graphics, the music, super cool. But it's just a chore to play, unfortunately. But I agree, like a well-designed point-and-click adventure game, it would be a great fit for James Bond. Like, it'd be awesome, and that's why I think it's cool when we have some of these games that lean into that direction a little bit more, that aren't just driving a car, punching dudes, shooting guns, doing big stunts. Like, that's all part of Bond, but so much of it is also the conversations and just, figuring shit out, being clever. And there's not really room for much of that in most of these games because they have this like singular focus on action. So I do enjoy that. Like, I enjoy its place in the greater sort of pantheon of Bond games, but it's not, unfortunately, a very good version of that style of game. But I'm very glad people enjoyed watching it. I mean, I had fun streaming it, but I just don't think it's a very good game. And then we were playing, because the game, if you're not familiar, it was originally released as Operation Stealth, a game by Delphine Software in '89, I believe. And I think Interplay published it for the American market in 1990, where they sort of attached the Bond license to it. So originally it's just a James Bond kind of pastiche, which kind of helps explain the tone, because it is, I wouldn't say that it's downright comedic, but it has like a lot of comedic elements that are a little bit, like I said, you have this weird sarcastic narration. It's definitely, it's a loving sort of homage to the tropes and broad concepts of that sort of a thing. But it's not played entirely straight. And the way it's sort of poking fun of it and the way it deals with the humor, I wouldn't say that it's something along the lines of Austin Powers or No One Lives Forever or that kind of thing, where it's like very tongue-in-cheek. It's still mostly played straight, but that's what I mean about there's narration that you kind of feel like it's the developer speaking. It's like this weird kind of fourth wall thing where there's this omniscient voice that is kind of making fun of you, the player, making fun of your character, making fun of the situation in a way that feels, if it was designed from the get-go as a Bond game, that tonally kind of stuff would be so out of place. It's so weird. But it's easier to understand and accept if you understand the kind of origins of the game as an actual separate sort of parody-esque thing. But I don't think that part is like super well executed either. There's so many things in that game where there's just no feedback. Compared it to something like a LucasArts adventure game where, sure, you can look at an item and Guybrush or whoever is going to say, oh, I don't see anything special about it. There's a lot of interactions that result in a generic response that doesn't tell you anything. But most things that are relevant, most things that are, like, if there's a puzzle and there's a potential solution, there's an item that seems like it could be related, and you try to use it, you would often get a response that will poke you in the right direction in well-designed adventure games. Like you're using a box on a stick or whatever, and because you as a player think that would make sense, the character often would respond with a tailor-made response that's like, no, that didn't quite work as I had expected, or something that gives you, the player, the information that the game has acknowledged that you tried something, but that's not going to work. When you get a generic canned response that isn't specific to the situation or what you were trying to do, it makes it, first of all, not as enjoyable. Like, you don't get as immersed in the world when nothing elicits any kind of specific response. But also, it makes it super unclear if something you tried is completely the wrong idea or the right idea but expressed the wrong way. And you really don't want to be in a situation where you have the right idea but you just didn't express it quite the way the game expected you to. But you think that you have an idea, you try it, it doesn't work, and you mentally kind of set it aside as like, well, I tried that and it didn't work, so let me try something totally different, when in reality you were supposed to do this thing just slightly different. And the game sort of needs to nudge you the right way for that to be not frustrating. Yeah, I think there's one there's a few VODs that may not be on Twitch because I had to like stitch together multiple recordings because the stream was interrupted because of OBS or Twitch issues. In which case it's like a little bit of a hassle to upload. Like, Twitch is such a terrible like the interface for browsing VODs and watching previous recordings and highlights and stuff on Twitch is pretty bad. So I don't put a lot of effort into putting like uploading videos to Twitch. I'll keep the highlights there, but I'm not going to upload stuff there. But in those situations where I have to edit a video, I'll put it on YouTube, and all the GameSpawn stuff is on YouTube. So that would be my recommended way of watching it. But in some cases, there might be a little bit of a delay. So obviously, after today's stream, if you want to catch up on this, it'll be on Twitch and you can watch it, but it might be a few weeks before I put it on YouTube. But other than that, like if you're going back to watch older stuff, it's probably easier to watch it on YouTube. Anyway, those are my thoughts on Stealth Affair, aka Operation Stealth. I like that the pause screen has this like cinematic camera angle, by the way. Where we're supposed to deal with pitchforks, forklifts.
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon web. Should be safe.
I thought I could dodge the health and save it, but I actually, like, that's kind of a death sentence, just like
titanium armor would protect you against stupidity.
fully wasting my, look at my health bar. I was trying to stop, but like the inertia of this car is too powerful. I'm not hitting it, by the way, somehow. Like, accelerating and decelerating is very difficult, or just like so arduous. These fucking snipers just draining your health constantly. Like I'm playing fucking Revolution X. Oh, they got unstuck. Shit. I'm gonna... Oh, I dodged it. Look, I hate this so much. Why does my health drain for being in the one position I need to be to hurt these things? And he's backing up. Like, basically, as soon as you're behind them, their immediate response is to back up, because I guess that's like the way they can turn around with the narrowest radius. Okay, one of them exploded themselves. I exploded myself. That's great. And like, it's such a narrow space that you can be in, where you can like... It's catching up. Yeah. Why are they so fast?
007, pay attention.
Fuck you, Junkley's. Why don't you fucking pay attention to how ridiculous this shit is?
Now
stop whining.
Don't even think about using the car as a battering ram, 007. Pick up some ammunition, for heaven's sake.
Fully stocked on rockets before he can finish the sentence, but he'll keep whining, of course. I lost health. Splash damage is infuriating. I mean, so are a lot of things about this game, I guess. I didn't pay too close attention, but one thing I was wondering is, I wonder if this area gets closed off, or if you could hypothetically go back here.
Do be careful, 007.
Of course, the splash damage doesn't, like, they don't take... You can't explode one car and have the car right next to it take damage. But I can be a reasonable distance away and still take splash damage. Whoa! Okay.
Objective.
Nice. I somehow duped him into hitting that thing.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire.
For the sake of my sanity, will you shut up? See, there's so many times like that. I back up and I press the accelerator to stop and go forward, and I stop and I start turning, but I'm even though I've stopped reversing and I'm holding the accelerator, and I do it for like a full second, I keep rolling backwards, and then I start turning because I meant to turn forward. So like, if I'm reversing, stopping and turning to change direction, like, it's really hard to do that because you keep the actual, like, stopping your momentum and accelerating again.
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon.
Really difficult.
To be safe for the moment.
Sucks too, because like, the forklifts make it difficult to deal with the guys, and the guys makes it difficult to deal with the forklifts. I feel like you could have really removed, like, you didn't need to have both all these guys and the forklifts. I mean, you really didn't need to have the forklifts, period. They're gonna be like this. Like, them getting stuck on scenery slash themselves slash each other. It's like the one way you can deal with this shit. I'm not hitting it. How am I not? Look at the enemy health. Why is this game like this? Okay, one of them exploded themselves. It's just so shockingly inconsistent. Yeah, I gotta back up now, because if I get too close, it'll drain my health.
Objective attained.
Okay. It's like our first decent attempt in like 3 attempts. But it feels so like luck-based. Yeah, dude, the fucking tutorial in Driver, that's as far as I ever got in that game.
The route is clear, 007.
Okay. Let me check, just for the sake of knowing. There is still health. There doesn't appear to be any obstacles keeping us here. So that's good. But time's gonna be more strict than health. Probably anyway. Right, I can basically just gas on through here because we're not going to go back here. Use the nitro. Take out these guys before there's a timer. Knowing that there's health in some of these computers, I guess. Try to. I wonder if, you know what? Why don't I clear out this next room of guys first? We're gonna get a bad time rating, but hopefully not gonna prevent us from clearing the mission at least. Okay, I think that's good. Not go through the window because I think that'll clear the, or it's not gonna clear the mission, but it's gonna end the mission. These guys fucking respawn. Holy shit. Okay, well, that's knowledge at least. I'm like running low on M gun. Okay, good. I picked up the health. Okay, we're like doing 20-30 seconds better than last time. Okay, so the dudes are back. They are. Oh, I actually hit them. Like, trying to make these minor adjustments is so difficult because you like tap the button and nothing happens, and then you hold it and you go too far. Is it the last one?
Objective attained, 007.
Okay. Oh, shit. Alright. Okay, I didn't do that dramatic turn. I saw something bad happen. I was like careening out of control.
That's years worth of patient research
I figured.
wasted.
Not enough percentage.
Terribly disappointing, 007.
I got like 1 - 50 for shooting a scientist or for shooting an already exploded car or something, and that's like enough to not do it. So it looks like 7,500 is probably what we needed. I think time... it wasn't quick enough to see. I think we just got 0 time bonus. So I think time was whatever. I think time is going to be a difficult factor to improve to the point where it's going to make a difference. But I think we do get points for collecting items, so I should probably just fucking get all these rockets and oil slicks and get a few more points. I'm still happy because this is progress. We know how to do the level. We just gotta do it better, I guess. But yeah, the tutorial level in Driver was brutal. Like I said, it's as far as I ever got in that game.
Now pay attention.
Yeah, this is a pretty hateful game. It's interesting because it's so polished and good in some ways, and so like inhumane in others.
Pick up some ammunition, for heaven's sake.
Oh, that exploded. So yeah, I get 100 points for that.
Do be careful, 007.
Yeah.
That paint is incredibly hard to find.
Paint, you're concerned, huh?
Careful,
Nice.
007,
Okay.
you're not
So let's farm some
invulnerable,
points
and
here.
neither is that vehicle.
Let's assume that time's not gonna give us any points. Evidently, even hundreds can make a difference. The health doesn't give us points, but the other weapons do. They're like shooting the dudes. I ran into the fucking broadside of a forklift and just flip over. Also shooting.
Do you have any idea what
The
goes
explosive
into building
boxes
this
don't seem to do
equipment,
much.
007? Do be careful.
A little wear and tear in the field is quite normal, R.
Keep circling until you find its weak side exposed.
Look at my health, just draining like crazy. Dude's over. Okay, yeah, I got the last dude. Okay, now we can try to start dealing with these guys. As soon as I end up behind them, again, they start backing up towards me. Look at my health. Okay, cool. Ah, I didn't get stuck on each other even. I'm fucked.
Try to find a medical kit, 007.
Yeah, let me get a medical kit from my car's titanium armor. Getting a lot of points in this section. I wonder if there's like something else. Let's just like experiment a little. It didn't seem like the Hellfires were very effective.
There are several of you 00 agents, but there's only one of those vehicles I needed back in pristine order. One more collision and the mission's compromised.
That's years.
What cars does the game
pay
have?
attention.
I mean, the only thing is you see advert like copyright stuff. We saw some like promo. Why would I do that? Well, there's some BMWs, and I think there's a Lotus Esprit. Yeah.
Don't even think about using the car as a battery.
Like, it's not like the game gives you
Pick up some
a
ammunition
menu of cars or anything.
For the sake of the car, 007, return fire.
Kill some of those dudes. Yeah, I can't machine gun them because they're like too high up on the ledge.
Do be careful, 007. That paint is incredibly hard to find.
John Cleese whining is... Well, I don't want to be a John Cleese about it and just keep whining about it, so I'll just leave it there, I suppose.
Objective attained.
1,000. So we get points for collecting weapons, and I guess we get points for destroying those cars. A little bit unclear if it's due to the objective or it's because killing a car gives you points, because I think killing dudes did not give you points. Well, we'll see. This shield doesn't seem like it's doing much for us, does it?
The rear screen is titanium laced with carbon webbing. You should be safe for the moment.
Safe for the most part, huh? I don't know about that.
Careful, 007. Titanium armor won't protect you
Yo.
against stupidity. Keep circling
Burn
until
the
you find its weak
smoke and
side
oil, because I
exposed.
can't use it for much anyway. We're at the same points value here. About where we're gonna be if we collect everything, I guess. I'm trying to back up. I was holding the reverse button the entire time there, by the way. But I still drained like 25% HP trying to get out of the forklifts hitbox. There we go. Okay. Should be a little more doable now. Junkley sitting in the back seat, yelling, yeah. Nice!
Attained.
Sick. I was like wondering if that could possibly happen. 3950.
The route is clear, 007. Discretion is the better part of valor.
Slip didn't give us anything. Yeah, I got 100 points for something there. Machine gun will not break the glass. Get points for breaking. I don't know. Who can say? Okay, I think we're okay-ish health-wise. Use the nitro. No health. Oh, stopping and starting is so painful. Oops. 950. Okay, we should definitely have enough points. Assuming we don't get any more penalties. We get 100 per computer here. Actually, definitely enough points is maybe a little overzealous.
Objective.
Okay, oh, we got
attained,
1,000 for that. Okay, I think we should be fine. It's a very awkward position to be in here. Let's hope the walls don't kill us here. Ah! Okay. Should be fine. Hey, we're on our wheels. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's see how we did.
Well, done, 007. It's good to see you and
57%. Okay, all right. That only took about an hour and a half. Whew. Yeah, I don't want to do this on 00 Agent. I'll say that much. I feel exhausted. Thanks for the GGs. I appreciate it. We got there in the end. Got a better sense of what the game expects of us and how it functions. See, this is another stage where I don't feel that enthused about watching the replay. Like, it'll be interesting actually to try to watch for how some of the cars, like the enemies, behave, just when you can see a little more clearly what's going on. But the city, like the New York stage, was cool because you got to see all the environments, and the environments, like, yeah, the fidelity and the level of detail is still impressive, but it's not a very exciting, interesting locale. It's like a warehouse, back alley, courtyard, fighting arena. Oh yeah, here's me farming items. And yeah, speaking of like the quick missions, right? This was like 6 minutes on my successful attempt. That's like a little bit long to keep doing over and over. But honestly, it's really the forklift part that's the real bad one, because the first part I was able to obviously start getting down pretty well, and once I figured out what I was supposed to do, the last part only took like 2 attempts. The forklift, that's just a total crapshoot if I could do or not. But yeah, the machine gun's like really unsatisfying to use because it really seems like they have extremely limited range. It's hard to see where they hit. The enemy dudes are just like so nimble, dodging everything. But the car looks like it's handling like in a cool way when you see shots like that of it drifting around, but I mean, you can kind of see it even more clearly here. How and I mean, it does make sense. Like, trying to do what I'm trying to do here is not what a car like this is built to do. But from a game balance point of view, trying to deal with these forklifts when they are like far more nimble than you, when you collide with each other, you're the one taking damage. They only have one weak spot. Like, basically the forklifts are superior to the Aston Martin in every conceivable way. Like, they don't have guns, but they also don't need them. Like, if I could kill cars the way the forklifts could, I wouldn't need guns either. Well, I'll go to Q's defense a little bit. He's not shitting on everything quite like R is, which is John Cleese's character. And it's cool that Q is in this too. He's the one that gave us the briefing. Obviously in the movies he's no longer around because Desmond Llewellyn passed away. But we get to have the two of them in this game, which is kind of interesting. Obviously that didn't really happen in the movies. They are both in The World's Not Enough. Where R is introduced, and then R is only in one more movie. Like, R has already been in more games than movies. But the fake voices are pretty good. Like, they sound pretty close to the actors, unlike some of the previous games. But having said that, yeah, Q does not seem entirely supportive of Bond's endeavors either. All right, I don't think I want to see more of this. Quit replay. Yeah, there we go. We didn't quite get the top of the leaderboard for this one, but that's fine. Top agents. Yeah, I want to make sure to fucking save the game. Yeah. Remember tearing my hair out for this level on 00. Then again, I did that for almost every other level on 00 Agent. That sounds about right. That's pretty much what I would expect. I just hope that it's going to be a little bit of like different types of missions are because that was definitely the case in GoldenEye, right? Some stages were incredibly infuriating, either down to the specifics of how the level was laid out or the specifics of an objective. There's no reason to assume that necessarily the progression of difficulty is going to be linear. It might go up and down. I mean, The World's Not Enough was kind of like that too. Some stages were really kind of tough, and then the next stage we cleared like first try. That's not me saying like, oh, next one should be easy, but I could see this because again, dealing with the forklifts in particular and the layout of the I mean, it could be that every time we have to deal with sort of combat in an enclosed environment, it's going to be this annoying, and I could see that being the case, very likely. But it's not necessarily the case that every mission involves that. So, I mean, so far, the nature of the mission design has been quite varied. The objectives have all been kind of different. The missions themselves have been kind of different. The map layout has been different. So, assuming that that's going to continue to be the case, I think there is hope. There's a little bit of room for hope. That we won't have the exact same kind of frustrations moving forward. That's not to say that we couldn't have brand new frustrations, but we'll find out. We'll find out. All right, Highway Hazard. Still in New York City. Disable the transporter to interrogate the driver. Oh, I guess we've seen screenshots from this. I'm just realizing, by the way, has New York City been like featured prominently in a Bond film? Like, I'm trying to think, because there are I'm reminded of like Live and Let Die, that I think in the start he goes to this like CIA office, but I'm pretty sure that's in Washington, or is that in New York? But I mean, it's not really much. Oh no, actually I was gonna say nothing much happens there, but that's not true, because there is some kind of car chase where they like try to kill him or something, right? They're like, he's supposed to be taken to the hotel, but it's actually, he gets like picked up by a car driven by the bad guys, and it's a whole thing. Even then, it's like a pretty small part of the movie. You don't think of that as like the New York movie. Or even something like A View to a Kill, which like features San Francisco somewhat prominently. I mean, it counts. I'm not saying it doesn't count. I'm just like, I'm trying to think of from the perspective of like coming up with an original Bond thing for this game, where have these locations. Like, yeah, New York City is like a good choice because it's not, especially the first New York level. Again, I was very reminded of Die Hard with a Vengeance, and especially the Die Hard trilogy, part of the Die Hard 3 part of that game. But that felt like I was gonna say it didn't feel like Bond, but I mean that positively. Like, it feel like they came up with a concept that felt novel but still appropriate. Like, obviously New York City is a location like iconic and exciting enough to be worthy of a Bond adventure, but still doesn't feel like it's been done. So I think it's pretty cool. Or not, overly done anyway. Highway Hazard. Destroy all 4 transporter tires. Sounds a little bit simpler than last mission, and I guess it's going to be on a mostly linear path, so that's positive. Upon exiting the distribution center, you see a car transporter emerge, driving dangerously and bent on escape. As you begin pursuit, you contact Jack Wade and advise him that after downloading the computer records from the automobile distribution center, you discover they contain weapon specifications and information on Q Branch technology, and as such, destroy them. They're covering a lot of ground here in like 2 sentences of text. Like, Jack Wade had like 1 line of dialogue and 1 picture, yet we're being told here that Bond and Jack Wade are having some kind of continued correspondence and like handling the mission. And we're just like told that this is happening. We're not even being told what they are saying or what's going on. And it's like, it's very, I think that's the part that that's a little bit, that feels weird about this. you know, you have other games in other, you know, situations where maybe events from a film are being summarized a little bit, or like the events of the plot are being summarized within a mission briefing from M. But here you have like narration that the game is telling me what I as Bond am doing and what is happening, as like it's a choose your own adventure book or something. And even then it's like, it's weird. Like it's, I can't think of any other game that we've played that present the plot in such a way. You supply him with details on the transporter and ask him to check them against CIA records for any leads. Like, even, I feel like you could have written this in such a way that this was part of a summary or was explained in context of an actual mission. Like, this is not a mission briefing. This menu says mission briefing, but this is not a mission briefing. This is like the game telling me what I'm doing. This is like, yeah, narration. It feels strange. Also very un-movie like. If you want to try to capture like the essence of a movie experience, this is a weird way to do it. Well, let's roll with it.
.007. Pursue and neutralize the transport.
We've equipped the DB5 with laser cutters mounted on the right and left rear wheel hubs. They're a highly effective means of disabling a moving vehicle.
Be careful not to
Fucking
destroy
audio
the
clipping
transport
just
or
cracks
its
me up
cargo.
every time.
You are to apprehend the driver for interrogation.
All right, so I'm assuming this functions very similar to the EMP. Like, this being a weapon that is designed to be in the game, the, you know, wheel mount laser that shoots out sideways with a limited range. It's like, ah, okay, so they put that weapon in the previous level and just call it EMP. I understand.
I got some info on the driver of that transport.
Our little status thing on top left.
Whisper due to some damaged vocal cords.
We gotta like
It's
adjust our
hard time
speed.
in Attica until he was paroled last year. Our informant says he's been waiting to get
I'm sorry,
here for a
Jack. Wait, I
long
cannot
time.
keep up.
Man, are you popular?
Get off my tail, man.
Oh shit, the laser like snaps like crazy.
You ain't got a chance, man.
Okay. Thank you for... my health is draining. Replacing car. Okay. It's fine. I mean, we did pretty good damage already. I don't want to pick up the nitro. It's just going to swap weapons for me. I'm going to be confused.
Take it easy, Jimbo.
Minus
One
9.
slip
I have
equals
0
a major
points.
pilot.
And clearing this might be difficult depending on the score. Like scoring bonus type situation.
Slow down.
Fucking
Keep
hell.
it up.
Is it destroyed yet? They take a lot more damage than I expected.
No way. This is my highway.
Who is this character? I don't even know if the bottom...
Back off, man. I ain't telling you nothing.
Sorry, friend.
okay.
You'll have to speak up.
Did we advance to the next part of the stage here? Maybe there's a limit, like maybe we reach an end of the level. I was thinking like probably it's just looping, but maybe there's like a hard time limit. Okay, I guess that's destroyed.
I estimate 6 seconds of contact with the laser will disable a tire.
Okay, thank you, John Cleese, for actually not being mad at me for once. Definitely have 6 seconds on that wheel. Pretty sturdy tires, though.
As I said, 007, the lasers need to recharge.
1,500. He's gonna be fucking mad at me for...
Goodness, 007.
Look at my points, my precious points.
Love you!
But this stage seems a lot more doable than the previous one.
One tire left. That's it. Bring it home.
You see, you get the points, I guess. That's it. Well, also, people start talking at you. Dino Pulse Zeta. Can you ever follow?
You best step back, or I'm gonna crush you.
Did he stop? What happened? Did he turn around? What happened? Okay, I mean, alright, sure. Like, the music's pretty sick, but the way it keeps cutting out when people talk is so disruptive. I mean, the music's like pretty funny, it's weird, but it's, you know, it's enjoyable. I'm trying to turn, my car's exploding, I keep touching the rail. This is what you want Nitro for. Oh, I missed it, whatever. If this really is all there is to this level, I think we'll still get it, but who knows about the scoring percentage pass ratio. I mean, at least here I can buy that transporter is like better suited for this environment than my car, and I struggle a little bit to sort of keep up. Get some help. Oh, I missed it. Oh, I mean, it should be fine. I enjoy the fact that the missions are so different. I think that's cool. And the graphics here, again, are like much more interesting and nice to look at than those dank brown.
There are several of you 00 agents, but there's only one of those vehicles I needed back in pristine order.
Okay. Well, whatever. It's fine. I was gonna say, we're gonna find some health here eventually, so here we go. Make John Cleese happy. I wonder if the time would be like, I'm sure the time obviously bonus would make a big impact on like final score in terms of getting a really good rating. But I wonder if it's going to be strict for like a passing grade. No, it didn't turn around just yet. Aligning yourself with the right speed and like having space to actually be next to it is not easy.
Careful, 007, you're not invulnerable, and neither is that vehicle.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, this is the worst part of the level when it's like squeezing in here. But even if we fail and have to redo it, like it took me a while to even understand the mechanics of it, so it should be totally fine next time if we don't get it. Oh, there was health there, but we have some space here, so
Objective
there we go.
attained.
Did we do it? Did we pass? Is John Cleese satisfied with our performance? Nope.
You
Of course he
failed,
isn't.
007. I expect a full briefing at MI6 headquarters upon your return.
Yeah, I stopped the vehicle when we got the guy, but I bumped into 2 cabs on the way, so I guess I'll just resign then.
007.
Yeah, hear the music.
I got some info on the driver of that
But I wonder how much of this was like bumping into shit and how much of it was time.
He did some hard time in Attica until he was paroled last year. Our informant says he's been waiting to get you for a long time. Man, are you popular.
Nice, it's walking on pretty well there.
I estimate 6 seconds of contact with the laser will disable a tire.
Get off my tail, man.
I wonder if I get minus points for that car up top being destroyed entering the tunnel, so it, like you try to clear the level before then.
Take it easy, Jimbo. One slip equals a major pileup.
Oh shit, I didn't destroy the wheel. That's fine. There we go, got it.
007, only 2 tires remaining.
But the longer I go, the more I bump into other cars and shit too, of course, so... That'll save on the points as well. Nice.
One tire left. That's it. Bring it home.
Objective.
Yeah, that was a lot faster. And the top car up there didn't even get destroyed. But that's not a... Oh yeah, 7,000 for the time.
Good work,
Oh shit. I was so shocked. I saw the points like almost not adding up. I was like, holy shit, how is this gonna go? And I was like, oh yeah, I didn't add the time bonus yet. Yeah, the time bonus made a little bit of a difference there. That was pretty fun. I enjoyed that. Fucking music. Yeah, the soundtrack in this is quite strange, isn't it? There's like yeah. Even the opening of the game had this like weird I don't know what it was. The kind of weird house techno version of the Bond theme. It doesn't feel like entirely internally consistent with whatever the game is going for. It's not like the game has its own sort of aesthetic where this feels like it fits in either. Just weird. But then you add on top of that the whole fact that everyone gets like cut off. Or not the people don't get cut off. The music gets cut off when people talk. Is this actual Need for Speed music? I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about... I mean, I've never played any of the other games that we haven't played yet. I couldn't say anything about them. Because there's a couple of EA games left out. Well, including the portable ones, there's a good handful of EA games left. I mean, stock music is less weird to me. Although, I mean, if they're using music from Need for Speed, it's that's essentially stock music as well. It's just something they own. What was I gonna say? And totally lost my train of thought. But yeah, the music, I mean, it's been interesting as we watched movies as well, that the scores, some of the older scores are really like memorable and good. And like GoldenEye had an interesting kind of different style of music that I understand was like kind of divisive. And if I recall, the memory serves, like Tomorrow Never Dies had a very bland soundtrack comparatively. The movie, I mean. Whereas the game, the PS1 Tomorrow Never Dies game had like super hot jams. Then I think that The World's Not Enough. Yeah, because we were talking about that, right? I don't remember if it was the PS1 or the N64 game, but I think it was the N64 game where we had like Chris Whitaker and who else was it? Like shit. Some other like C64 composer. It's Alistair Brimble, maybe? Like there was like notable names in like British game music, but they were like only some kind of audio producer credit or something, because the actual music was like super generic, like menu, like droning menu music that was like totally in the background. That was like the entire score of that game. There was like nothing cool or exciting about the music, unfortunately. I mean, for good or for bad, the music here is certainly not generic. No, I don't think it necessarily fits, but it gives the game some kind of identity, which is more than can be said for some of those super bland soundtracks. Yeah, View to a Kill, that was one of the scores by John Barry, and I've actually listened quite a lot to that score. It has some really hot bangers on it. Just in the like orchestral movie score parts or whatever. Because he did scores for quite a few of the Bond films, I think, and not being super well read on it, my understanding is that he is kind of largely considered like not just like a good composer, but he did enough Bond scores to be sort of associated with the series, and like enough to at least have a following of people who would say like, yeah, his scores are like the good Bond film scores, and then I have a bunch of other stuff that's kind of whatever. But A View to a Kill is the only one of them that I've listened to any extent, really. But I remember as we watched the Bond films associated with the games we've been playing. When I say we, I mean we've been doing on Discord like movie nights, and whenever we get to a new game in this series that's based on an actual film, we make sure to watch the film first so we have some context for the game. And whenever we watch some other films, I was always excited to see his name in the opening credits. Like, oh, sick, it's a John Barry score. It's going to be good. And that was usually true. But I don't remember, or I don't know offhand, sort of what stretch of time he was active during. Yeah, 95%, because we failed with a 45%, and then I did the same thing like 4 minutes faster, and then we got a 95% score. So time bonus can mean a lot. Mexico, that's very I like the specificity. Our first mission is Eastern Europe. We crossed the border from Eastern Europe to someplace else that's not specified, and then we're in a specific city. We go from being to a part of a continent, one half Eastern Europe, we're somewhere in the eastern half of a continent, to being in a specific city, to being in a country. I feel like you see this and you go, wow, okay. We took out the tires of that truck to get a guy, I guess. I wonder how we got from that to being in Mexico. And we'll get, it's the equivalent to the text adventure when you type walk east and Bond takes like 2 connecting flights and a taxi and ending up at like Goldfinger's farm. You're like, wow, I can't wait to find out how I got there. Incoming piss filter, yeah, probably. Survive the jungle. All right, okay. Let's find out. Collect 4 mine packs on bridges. Locate and drive onto truck. Whisper. Okay, so Jack Wade was giving me some kind of briefing while I was entirely preoccupied shooting lasers at tires. I guess he was explaining that the person driving the truck is like, all right, Jimbo, that's a bad guy from one of your movies. And I'm like, all right, okay, cool. Because I do sort of recognize the name, but I don't remember what character Whisper is. Whisper lies immobile in the transport's cab as you approach to interrogate. After some persuasion, your old foe suddenly has a very loose tongue. I was taking the goods to some meeting. People from all over coming to buy stuff in Mexico. Something about Chiapas or something. Don't know nothing else. Bring the cars and I get paid. That's all she said. So I was speculating at the beginning, like, will we actually see characters? Will there be cutscenes of people? It's like, well, maybe. Or are we going to have a car that's going to be like, here's a villain talking through tinted windows? And I mean, technically we did get that. He was talking during the drive, But the actual, like, explanation... Well, I guess maybe Jack Wade was explaining who it was, but it was hard to pay attention. It wasn't really focused on. But most of it is just coming in this format after the mission. He's from Live and Let Die. I mean, that makes sense, right? If that's the one movie where they've been in New York, just from the way he spoke, like, it seems that lines up, but it's been so long since I watched the film, I don't remember the character. It's funny because, like I said, it's certainly at the outset, like, the production values felt very high, but I guess you can kind of feel the budget drying up because they put all that effort at the beginning where you have the cutscenes and everything at the start, and we're gonna get some at the end, we've been promised. But yeah, the fact that we have so much, like, sort of text-based stuff, and I don't know, but even with the stuff they have with the dialogue and the conversation, on the one hand, it's cool to integrate stuff during gameplay and not necessarily have everything sequestered off to its own sequences. But I think it's a double-edged sword for sure, because what ends up happening is, like now, and it's not the first time, plot irrelevant dialogue is happening while I'm being extremely flustered trying to do this awkward, very precise mission shit. So it's very easy to miss information. There's no subtitles. There's no little, you know, codec hologram portrait in the corner of the screen letting you know who's talking. It's a lot to take in, and like it's quite difficult to do so compared to the previous games we've played, that some of them had a lot of dialogue bits and story being delivered during missions. They were able to sort of slow the pace down and have like, all right, here's a narrative bit, pay attention to this, all right, we're good to go, let's move on. But here it has to happen like simultaneously as this like extreme frantic chase action, and it makes it so that the only time we get to slow down and try to catch up is during these screens in which the plot is being delivered in the least exciting way possible, with a strange like narration. But imagine if like all of these scenes had been illustrated with a little cutscene or something. It would have been fucking sick. But instead you get this like really chopped up feeling narrative that's hard to follow, which is unfortunate because I do agree this game is interesting. I think there's like more effort being put into it than I kind of expected, and budget in some ways, and I think conceptually like there's a good variety of missions. Some of the locations are kind of interesting looking. The graphics are impressive for sure. The music is the music, but it doesn't quite come together. Like there's I think it would be exciting to see the same concept tried again, you know, a couple of years later with better technology and a little bit more budget, so it would like feel a little better, be a little smoother, but also a little bit more refinement in the kind of the mission design and everything. But also crucially having, because I'm thinking of, it's going to be fun to see how it plays out. I only have my vague memories of it, but something like Nightfire, or even the games we just played, like The World's Not Enough, where it might not be very elaborate, but you get a scene visually of two characters standing there having a conversation. Even if it's trimmed down to the bare necessities of pushing the plot forward, you at least get that stuff delivered by the characters. You don't get it delivered by a block of text telling you what the characters did, which is like, for some games it can work, but I think you probably want this stuff to be presented a little bit more excitingly. But it's also such a giant gap. Like I'm trying to think of, you know, if you have some kind of an adventure game or something like a King's Quest or whatever, like a game that's a little more simplistic in its presentation, the gap between the gameplay presentation and the narrative presentation of like these narrative text boxes isn't going to feel that jarring. But when you have this like frantic, high-paced action with people talking at you, there's a lot going on, and you have a mission briefing, and then there's like this text describes cool shit happening, and it's also like very rapidly bringing your character from one part of the world to the other, glossing over what happened in between. I don't know, it's not enough to make it not feel disjointed. I not once have I like read this and pressed a button and felt natural coming into the mission. You always like do this, and then the mission gameplay starts, and you're like, oh, okay, I wonder where I am, what's going on. Okay, I'll just have to start playing to figure it out. These briefings do not, like, they're a necessity for stringing the plot along to make it not feel 100% disjointed, but it still feels like a good 70% disjointed. Whatever a mission starts, I don't feel like I'm just comparing to how I felt in GoldenEye or The World's Not Enough or whatever, where it's like, yeah, you have a similar structure of a briefing, setting the stage for what's going on, explaining how it connects to the previous one plot-wise, but I feel like they pulled it off significantly better than this. But I'm still, like, I wasn't expecting it to be this, like, plot-heavy to begin with, so that's kind of cool. You prod him for more, but Whisper slips into unconsciousness. Upon examining the transport's cargo, you find that some of the cars contain goods from the hijacked shipment hidden in their undercarriages. He's just inspecting that on the highway, was he? Yeah. Okay. After touching down in Mexico City, you are met by R, who delivers the equipment you'll need to locate the fortress where the arms bazaar is speculated to be held. Like, yeah. Something about Chiapas or something. Oh, all right, flying to Mexico. Like, not even flying to Mexico. We're just touching down in Mexico City. How about an actual briefing? Like, we get some kind of closure to this level, and then we get a briefing where M explains something, and she's sending us to Mexico. Like, even there, like, the fact that it's explained in the past tense, well, I guess present tense, that we're landing and we're meeting with R. I feel like it would make more sense if we have M, for instance, explaining that we will be going to Mexico, we will be touching down in Mexico City, and we will be meeting with R, who's going to deliver us the equipment. And then, even if that has happened in between the briefing and when gameplay starts, that feels more logical than the text here explaining that is happening to us right now. It's funny how those, like, it's such a arguably minor thing in how it's expressed and how it's explained, but it still has such an impact on how the experience feels. It's funny how, like, what an impact it can have. Survive the jungle. Mexico! I like the graphics, like the style of these load screen images.
Now then, 007, something particularly stylish for the secret agent who thinks he has everything.
Sure got their money's worth out of John Cleese, though.
Agile, forward-mounted machine guns, all-points radar, and naturally all the usual refinements. Right. Now, here are a few modifications I'm particularly proud of. Stinger missiles behind the headlights, and a remote-control mine detonator on the shift lever. Take care of this machine, 007. You seem to have no appreciation for the painstaking effort that goes into building this type of equipment.
Well, R, you don't seem to have much appreciation for me fucking risking my life being exploded by forklifts left and right, so I guess we'll call it even. All right. Wait, what do we do? Collect 4 mine packs on bridges. Oh, these are just some kind of safari hunters. Okay, whatever.
I didn't expect such a warm reception.
Okay, is this like a linear racing stage? Is this 007 racing?
It appears the helicopter is attempting to impede your path by destroying the bridges up ahead. Keep in front of him or you'll be forced to find detours, which will cost you valuable time.
This is like actually cool. Whoa! Okay. 6 stunts. Wait, what if replacing car was in the middle of a 6 stunt? Okay, that's a detour, I guess, if the bridge blows up. Okay, this music's cool.
A few more hits like that and you're scuppered, 007.
Okay. Took a lot of damage there. Oh, wait. Was that timer? Oh, is that the bridge being destroyed?
The bridge ahead has been destroyed,
Okay.
007. You'll need to find a way around it.
I just flipped through the cliff wall. All right. Let's try that. Oh, this seems like a fun mission, though.
I don't believe it.
Oh, neither do I. Neither do I. As usual, we have to play for a bit to understand what we're being asked to do here exactly, but...
I didn't expect such a warm reception.
007, you've been
I
discovered.
don't know what the...
It appears the helicopter is attempting to impede your
Let's say
path
what
by
my,
destroying the bridges up ahead. Keep
stingers
in
were
front
locking
of him,
onto
or
there,
you'll be
but-
forced to find detours, which will cost you valuable time.
Okay. Oh, I just got... Okay, yeah, the time aspect. I didn't even notice the timer at all last time. It was too late. Oh, they're pretty cool with the chickens and everything. Okay, probably don't want to go that way.
Now is the time to put the car through its paces, 007.
I don't even know what I'm doing or what I'm looking at or looking for, but wait, I probably needed that stinger. Okay, let's see what happens.
A few more hits like that.
I see. That's what happens. I'm holding left. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. 16 seconds. Nitro, it's blue.
If you find it muggy, 007, try the air conditioning. It has 4 settings.
Thank you.
And no CFCs.
Wait, how many of these things have I collected? I thought there was one like in every bridge, but I guess probably not. Oh, a little frame rate. It's like I looked down in the corner for the first time when I was going through there. There's no timer here. Are we? I just realized I think locate and drive onto truck. Yeah, I think that was just coming up on screen here. Yeah. Locate. Wait, is there a truck over there? That looks like a truck. Is it? Oh, there's a truck. It wasn't specified. a forced AI-driven U-turn in the middle of the truck.
You've made it, 007.
Like clipping into the wall and
comfort, no doubt.
Going on fire. But I mean, look at these fucking levels. Compare this to the fucking Forklift Menace. Yeah, the difficulty balancing is so out of whack. Imagine if the forklift shit was just, that level just didn't happen. I would still think this game was sick. That level single-handedly, it's like soured me on the game. I can still enjoy these missions, like it's great, but I have to keep thinking like, well, this level was okay, but oh, I better steel myself for the next one because you never know what's coming up. I think you don't get like any kind of closure of a story debriefing or anything. But yeah, that went well. I mean, 80%. I sort of fumbled a little bit. I like the aerodynamic shape of James Bond's head there. GG's and helping Bond complete another important mission. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it went well. It was pretty funny because this car doesn't strictly seem like the ideal. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna drive, you're gonna race through, you're gonna 007 race through these jungle mud paths, crashing through swamps, exploding tree trunks, and drive through the wreckage. So we figured we'd give you a German sports car. Like it's, I mean, sure, why not? I mean, I guess it's what they had. We sure made good use of the missiles and everything. But it doesn't necessarily seem like the best suited. Like, the highway one was good enough, but it's starting to appear like multiple levels here where the choice of vehicle is a little questionable. It's just like fucking Desmond Llewellyn and John Cleese just want to fuck around with sports cars so they can whine at Bond for wrecking them. Feels like there could have maybe been more practical vehicles, but who am I to complain? It worked out. Does the game really reprimand you for doing 6 stunts? I mean, I don't think it, like on a systems level, it just so happens that I think when I was bouncing around, it was just detecting that I was sort of out of bounds or upside down or whatever, and it automatically sort of puts me back on track, which is fair enough. Just kind of worked out at a funny coincidence. Yeah, it's pretty funny. We like either we just barely clear a stage or we end up at the top of the leaderboard. Oh, dude, Lord Robbie Coltrane is back. It's pretty sick. I mean, he might have died in the previous movie, but I guess that's supposed to be him. Like, the picture's a little crunched. I need to take another break. I really need to go to the bathroom, so it's been a while, so I think it's a good time to just stretch a little bit and See if we can clear one more mission today. Yeah, he got better. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, we had a henchman from the 70s just show up driving a transporter. I'm sure there's going to be... I mean, it wouldn't be the first time a dead Bond character comes back to haunt James Bond, you know? It's a fairly regular occurrence, all things considered. But yeah. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you then. All right. Audio back here. Boom. Airstrike. Destroy the weapons storage facility. Let's see how this goes. Just found out there's a James Bond reality show called 007 Road to a Million on Prime. Well, that sounds intriguing. Hang on a second. Just, something. Okay, I see. I mean, I don't know that I would want to watch it. In fact, I'm pretty confident that I would not. But I'm like sighing because I'm like, oh, should I look into what that is and see if we can orchestrate a watching of this on Discord? I feel like it's a little tangential. Brian Cox is hosting it. I mean, sure, that's they couldn't get John Cleese, I guess. I mean, I guess he's not doing much these days, but I mean, I'm sure Brian Cox doesn't say no to a paycheck. Seems like an easy gig, probably. Okay, you got me. I have to ask, what is a James Bond reality show? What does that mean? What is a James Bond reality show? Is it like, is it some kind of Fear Factor thing, but you're LARPing like Bond-like scenarios? Is it like a The Bachelor type situation? Like, what is, like, what even is going on? They put normal people in a James Bond adventure. I mean, yeah, I guess you'd have to watch it to know what it actually is, but that is it should be like, what if it's like American Gladiators and there's like events and obstacle courses, and you have, instead of gladiators, it's just like you got Jaws and Odd Job and shit. That'd be pretty good. I think I'd watch that. And everyone has to compete like in a tuxedo. Yeah, no, that's cool, Neurovitzer. I get it. I'm just like, I'm not asking you to take responsibility here. I'm just a little perplexed by the concept. Anyway, that's interesting though. Thanks for letting us know. Might have to look into it. But for now, let's focus on 007 racing and resume the timer and see what this airstrike mission is all about. Oh, cool. Live Split crashed. It's absurd how frequently this game or this program crashes, and I'm never. I at one point I may have looked into trying to replace it with something else, but it's like the program everyone uses, and it's like, as far as I'm aware, it's not known for crashing constantly, but it does for me. It's been a long time since I looked into replacing it, but I remember the last time I looked, I wasn't really able to come up with a satisfactory replacement. But let me just restart it. Like it's responding. It's asking me, like, I just can't do anything with it. It's so messed up. It didn't actually crash. It just sort of freezes and well, it doesn't half work. It completely does not work, but it half responds to things. Let me just fix the time here. We're at 2:45:36. And there we go. Okay, back to the game. Airstrike. Oh boy, I didn't even start reading. I just saw the length of the objective list here. Let's just read the backstory first, and then we'll go back to this list and see if we can make sense of it. You arrive undetected inside the fortress, the BMW safely hidden in the truck. That's right, the truck had started to move and we found ourselves inside the compound. Got it. Intelligence information notes that the fortress is protected by a number of powerful, ultra-fast tracking anti-aircraft weapons, hindering the CIA from launching a strategic airstrike against it. So I'm just trying to piece together. So this is a fortress run by the people who hijacked a freighter to steal ICBM shit and one Bond car. We tracked something to find Whisper, who said something about something happening in Mexico, so we went to Mexico and found ourselves in this compound. Is that what's going on? Something along those lines. Fine. You attach limpet mines to the base of each of the gun turrets with the objective of destroying the weapons and calling in an airstrike. Before you are able to set the timers, you are discovered. You sprint back to the BMW and jump in to avoid the strafing attack from the guards. So we're even doing Bond action shit in narration here. Okay. So we started doing our stuff, and then it's like, well, no more on feet action. The player's gonna need to see this, so into a car we go. Retrieve mine detonator, detonate all 10 limpet mines, whatever that means. Locate Stinger missiles, destroy guard towers, laser designate storage facility, extract Zukovsky, escape before airstrike launch. Yeah, we saw like his picture and he's mentioned here, but we have no I don't know. I guess this is some sort of arms deal, which I guess, you know, he's involved in some of those, so this is a fun little tie-in. But it would have been fun if that could happen organically in the mission without it being like the cover image for the mission and then an objective. Or we just have to wait for the game to deliver some context. All right, well, we'll see. This could be straightforward, it could be impossible. No forklifts. That's positive, but there could be some local Mexican variety.
Listen carefully, 007. Activate each mine by depressing the detonator switch when in range and releasing it upon hearing the confirmation tone. Note, you only have seconds to exit the blast radius. Now, the weapons storage facility is protected by the guard towers and reinforced armor paneling which is immune to conventional weaponry. To gain access, first destroy the guard towers and then laser designate the door indicated as the red target on your display. This will guide the CIA's armor-piercing missile to its destination. You won't have much time inside before the airstrike returns to destroy the entire compound.
All right, okay, so...
Careful, 007.
Got this little mine... Okay, so the green little circles that we have to drive through and press a button, that's for detonating. So we need to get the detonator first, and then we can do that. Okay. There's a little dot on our map. Holy shit, the music. Health over there. So I guess the mission is like in this little area. Bonk, which is a solid tent there. Okay. I see, okay. Wait, I have to hold the button. Okay, so it's gonna take an attempt or two to learn how this works.
Crush him! Don't let him escape.
Nope, that wasn't long enough. Okay. Alright, okay, I can make some sense of this. Alright, this doesn't seem as bad as I thought it probably would. Shot at kind of sucks, but... Music being this wild is like pretty entertaining though. Slowly rolling through.
Nice job, 007.
Wait,
only 5 mines
what exploded
remaining.
those guys? Oh, whatever. So I guess the
work,
detonating
007. Only 4 mines
timer
left.
like adds up together. Okay, no forklifts, but there are bulldozers over there. It's pretty dangerous. I thought there was one other health that we didn't get, but
Invulnerable, and neither is that vehicle.
okay, I don't even know what's hurting me. Oh, probably I was in the blast radius. Yeah, I took damage from that. Of course, the fucking splash damage. Okay, there's health over there. Smoke's a little unwieldy. hard to see like where you can stand, like where the tent here is like lined relative.
I'm going to teach you a very painful lesson, Mr.
That's where the voice was coming from. Is that supposed to be Zukovsky or just other Russians? Ugh. I took damage from that. I took damage from that, mind you. The splash damage is absolutely ludicrous.
Try to find a medical kit, 007.
Not the stinger, but... Oh, that's a stinger. Guard towers. Oh, that's a guard tower. Can I lock on, please? Maybe I need to shoot the... Oh, I got 1,000 points. Sick. No stinger, though. Did a new one spawn? No. What do I do? I'm afraid to like bump into corners. It's Macaw. Not in there. Maybe there's a stinger inside that other tent over here. Is there an opening here somewhere? Oh, there's... No, wait, nope, that's not an opening. Nope. Okay. I mean, I guess there's a ramp here. Wait. It seems like I would leave the area. Is that like the end of the mission? I mean, I might as well. I mean, it doesn't seem likely it would clear the mission anyway. Let's explore. Okay. Oh, maybe that's the gate that we need to laser designate. Dude, this is with me like having lowered the music volume, by the way. It's a little impressive. And so what if we go up here then? There was like a pickup up here somewhere. It's entirely plausible that it wouldn't be visible from down there. I don't know if there's like a draw distance thing that would prevent us from seeing a pickup from far away also. This didn't like drop something after we destroyed it, did it? Seemed like it. Guys, let me know if you see a Stinger missile somewhere. Not in my inventory. Like, we picked up one Stinger missile and we're supposed to use it to destroy 2 guard towers. I mean, I guess this game is continuing the tradition of Bond game objectives being rather cryptic. This was definitely a thing in N64 World's Not Enough. Did I like fuck something up by destroying these guys? Well, disabling them, I guess I should say. No, I used Hellfire missiles on the forklift. I'm supposed to have a Stinger, which is the lock-on missile. It doesn't like show the guard tower on the radar or anything as it did before. Like when I got the Stinger, it showed 2 green dots. I drove up to one of them, it locked on, I fired, and then here we are. I may have by mistake, but I don't think that's the case. There's like, oh yeah, I'm taking damage, by the way.
One more scratch and the whole mission is for naught.
Well, it's not timed, but time bonus, like,
airstrike on hold.
is a
Repeat,
thing.
Operation Stink Eye is on hold.
We'll try that again.
Mission failed? Really, 007?
Apparently we failed
Rather than
locating
paying
Stinger missiles,
attention,
but it's probably because by the time we ended, we did not have Stinger missiles in our inventory.
Carefully, 007. Activate each mine by depressing the detonator switch when in range and releasing it
So
upon hearing
pickups
the
like tend to be
confirmation
rendered
tone.
from pretty far
Note,
away.
You only have seconds to
But we've
exit
had,
the
like,
blast
in the
radius.
forklift
Now,
mission, like, the
weapons
Stinger only
storage
launched when we
facility
cleared
is
a
protected
section
by
so
the
that we
guard
could get the
towers
Stinger to
and
open the gate
reinforced
to go to the
armor
next
paneling,
section.
which is immune to conventional weaponry. To gain access...
Yeah. So I figured that's what's happening here. I just assumed that one Stinger would launch and we would get a second one to destroy the other tower.
Crush it! Don't let it miss.
I don't have missiles here, so... Get out of this guy's path.
I'm going to teach you a very painful lesson, Mr. Bond.
I took damage from that, by the way. Like, pretty ridiculous. I held it for a little while there, but not long enough. But it seems like it might add up. Sometimes it seemed like I could do it much quicker the next time. I was gliding out of range. I took damage. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I didn't get it. At least there's health around.
Nice job, 007. Only 7 mines
We
remaining.
can explode these tanks and they drop something. Oh, fuck.
Trigger the mine, 007. That should take care of him.
Did he imply that I could blow up the bulldozer with the mine? Oh, yep.
Nice job, 007.
Yeah, so that it's definitely cumulative. So you can drive through them and, like, start triggering them. I see. Okay, there's no feedback to that effect, but triggered almost instantly when I went back through it again, so clearly what's going on here. Do that, try to, let's just, also in the process of, like, learning how this works. Seeing if I can do it while driving a little faster. I took a little bit less damage there. Only like a pixel or two. But if you want to, like, have to drive through it like 6 times, like, not super practical either.
Nice job,
Ooh,
007.
no damage.
Only
Wow.
3 mines remaining.
But I mean, I'm not really being threatened by much else, so I guess it's fine. Alright, Stalker Witter. That gives me all the information I need. That there's, like, that there's something to it. But I appreciate it. I'll let you know if I need advice.
Nice job, 007. Only 1 mine remaining.
Nope, did it. Cut it. Fuck. Okay. Didn't really hurt that much, though.
Objective attained.
Ah, okay. Alright, let's get some health. missile just despawned. It was out of range. Okay, that does not seem to be doing anything. Oh, for sure it would. There was definitely a stinger over here. I shoot the tents? Okay. I can drive through them. I see. Okay. Wait, okay, that you know, yeah, that's the guard tower. Okay. I must have gotten hellfire from here. Well, I guess I spent all the hellfires on. Oh, okay, I'm taking chunks of health for running over these fucking tents. Okay. It's a bit silly. But hey, it's Bond. Silly is fine.
Objective attained, 007.
Okay. Now what? Oh, there's the laser, I guess. Okay. Storage facility. Wait, it's over here. How does this work? Is being laser? No, okay, there's a bar. Am I supposed to be point blank? There's a bar that appears under the weapon icon. But it doesn't fill up like it seems like it's probably meant to. Oh, got another stinger. I was hoping to get more hellfires, but we know how to do this. Like, we can take out the... I can just stop. You can take out the bulldozers next time. Holding our...
We're waiting on your signal, boss.
Bond, James Bond. That must be you. You just can't say hello like a normal person, can you?
The beacon's been activated, Jimbo. Get out of there now.
Okay. That was him, I guess, just hanging out inside there.
Boys fire up the barbecue. Good job, Jimbo.
All right, we got it. We got it. Oh, pretty satisfying. It's so weird. You have to like bump into the tents.
Mission
yeah, I'm not surprised we
failed.
didn't get it.
Really, 007?
Like the machine
Rather
guns,
than
like
paying attention, I can
rock
just
solid
imagine
tents
you
that
getting
require
carried away
bumping
playing with all
into,
the bells
draining
and
your
whistles on the car.
significant amount of your health. But there were also health in some of the tents to make up for that. Couldn't you just flatten those tents by driving through them? It's so strange. Sorkin's asking, how's the handling of this car? Did I answer that question? I don't recall. I can't tell any difference, no. But I would be the last person on Earth to ask that kind of question.
Listen carefully, 007.
I'm more like,
Careful,
it's more about the
007, I doubt
demands of a
you'll be
mission,
alone.
whether I feel like I can
Splendid.
control things
I've
well or
enjoyed
not.
some company.
I don't notice anything with regards to whether a single car feels better than another. But yeah, I like this, again, nice tight scope of the mission. Once you understand how things function,
Rush him. Don't let him
fucked up.
I'm going to teach you a very painful lesson, Mr.
Surprisingly, the bulldozers aren't even that huge of a concern. Alright, I'm gonna take damage here, but... Okay. There's health to go around,
Trigger
so...
the mine, 007. That should take care of him.
Trying to be like a little expedient here. The laser, but also I keep missing. I didn't get any of the there's Hellfires in like one of these, I think, and then maybe they spawn after we destroy all of them. Dude, my fucking health.
Good work, 007. Only 2 mines left.
This should give us enough to at least destroy one. Oh, there we go.
Its forged steel bucket makes it near immune to any artillery.
Listen carefully.
Got too close.
Careful, 007. I doubt you'll be alone.
Splendid. I'd enjoy some company.
Did he say that last time? I don't remember hearing those lines.
Crush him! Don't let him escape.
Sure, from where I'm being shot, but I'm stuck. Thanks.
007, pay attention.
I got
Listen
stuck.
Careful,
Try again.
007. I doubt you'll be alone.
Splendid. I'd enjoy some
Try
company.
this lap around here. Take out some of these dudes. Get this from this direction.
Crush him! Don't let him escape.
There we go. Oh, excellent. Oh, sick. That's just took him out at once. Okay. Whoops. Fucked it up. It's almost. Didn't have enough speed. There we go. Detonator. That's what we're looking for. Okay, I didn't quite get it. This one is almost primed, I think. Not quite. Oh, wait. Did I? Oh, I guess I did destroy both. Nope. Oh, it's so annoying. That's just respawn, I guess.
Good work, 007. Only 8 mines left.
8? I've fucking barely gotten started. Apparently. I guess I probably don't need to do the objectives in order.
007. Only 6 mines left.
I have the stinger, so I can probably just use them.
Nice job, 007. Only 5 mines remaining.
It's easier to focus on one thing at a time.
Nice job, 007.
Oh,
Only 3
back
mines
up here.
remaining.
Oh, I'm stuck.
I dare
was gonna say,
007,
that should
any
pretty
more
much
hits
kill
like
us.
that and I'll need to build you a wheelchair.
Can I get a lock on, please? Oh, wait. Wait, did I not? Oh, I didn't have a second stinger. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Oh, well, there's a stinger. I don't actually know if health has an impact
Objective
on
attained, 007.
your final score. Oh, I need to get clear runway here. In range, apparently. I'm trying to like charge it up and move ahead a little bit to like make sure I get the range, but I don't know, it's a bit
We're
mysterious.
waiting on your signal, boss.
I reckon time should at least be faster this
Bond.
go around.
James Bond. That must be you. You just can't say hello like a normal person, can you?
Like, where's the exit? Like, oh yeah, it's this
Jimbo,
giant
get
open
out of
thing
there
right in
now.
front of me.
You only have 15 seconds before the boys fire up the barbecue.
Okay. What was my score last time?
Good
I don't
job,
know.
Jimbo. Here comes a cavalry.
But I'm curious to see if we get any time bonus. I don't like that wasn't quick. It was faster than last time. Oh, I actually did get.
Well done, 007. I see the machine performed brilliantly.
So the machine performed, huh? It wasn't me. I didn't do shit, huh? Well, I mean, I did kind of blow it up, but. All right, that wasn't so bad. That was not nearly as bad as the mission briefing made it seem like it might be. So, I have no real sense of how far into the game we are. I don't know how many levels there are, and it's not like you can really get a good grasp of the sort of narrative progression. I mean, I guess we haven't found out who the villain is. Are we going to find out? Is there going to be a main villain? Is that something we can, like, get a sense of progression in terms of us catching up with them? I don't know. Well, for how shit that felt in terms of my performance, and we still got a 75% score, I think we can just be happy with that. It is, I mean, at least the percentage, we can say, now that we, like, the first level I cleared and I got a percentage, I was super confused. I don't know if I accidentally skipped the score tally screen or if there wasn't one for the prologue mission or what the deal was, but clearly the percentage is just like, it's the factor of the score number. And we know that score goes up for clearing objectives, for destroying enemies, and that it goes down for, I don't know, crashing into civilians, shooting already destroyed enemy vehicles and such. And we get a time bonus if our time is good enough. The objectives in like collecting items is like kind of samey. So I reckon at the end of the day, the time bonus, it may not be accurate to say that the time bonus is the most important. Look at this, it's ridiculous. But I would say probably the time, like a good time seems like it can make up for a lot of other stuff. Like, I don't know, ultimately your performance, time bonus can give a big boost, but I don't really know. I'm realizing as I'm saying this now, like, yeah, time makes up for a lot of other stuff potentially, but what is it that I could be doing worse in pursuit of a better time? Like, oh, if I'm more careless and just go faster, it would be better, but I still need to complete the objectives. It's not really as if I can choose to like do my objectives in a way that's faster but would give me a lower score, but I make up for that by having a good time bonus? Not that I'm aware of. Because like if I'm going faster, it's not because I'm doing the objectives more sloppily in a way that would give me less score. And it's not like, oh yeah, there's exploration to pick up point items that I'm skipping for a faster time. Really? I mean, there's like a tiny little bit of that in like the forklift level, but not really. So the scoring is a little bit mysterious, but it sure seems like... Oh yeah, that's where I got stuck. Luckily there was health right there. It seems like in missions where we do struggle with the score, if I can redo it faster, that'll bump us from like 45 to 75, or in some cases 95%. Oh yeah, I have to pick quit replay. Not continue, like move on with it, like continue the game. No, I have to quit replay. Oops. I don't know if we saved after the last mission, by the way. I don't think we did. So let's make sure to do that. Escape. Oh. Evade the enemy forces and defeat Koskov's assassin. So, okay, now we got like boss fights and actual characters. That's the aspect that I was so curious about. But yeah, this game would certainly benefit from having actual cutscenes where we see people interact. Everything is so detached and weird. But I guess we're going to be... The structure of the game is going to be like this, I reckon, with a couple of levels in each location. I'm just realizing, looking at the map here, there's some red dots, right? There's one that conceivably could be supposed to represent New York, and there's one that's, I guess, Mexico, and there's one that's, I don't know, Texas. Are we gonna meet up with Jack Wade? I don't know if that's Texas. I don't know, south somewhere in the US. It looks like it's right behind the save settings text. And then there's like 2 dots over in Europe that kind of look like they're France, maybe, and Denmark. Is either of those dots supposed to represent quote-unquote Eastern Europe? Or are those... So what I'm trying to get at is there one dot on this map for each location in the game? And if so, is this the final Mexico stage? And we have like 3 more areas after this, or maybe 2 if one of those dots is supposed to somehow be Eastern Europe. I mean, none of them are in Eastern Europe, but who knows what they're supposed to be? Because they kind of look like they're in the ocean there outside of Scandinavia and the UK. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Not as if I was expecting to get close to finishing the game tonight, but I have no real sense of whether it's going to be like, yeah, we'll finish it next stream, or we have like 70% of the game left. I'm happy to not know, by the way, and I could look in the cheats section, which actually what I want to do here, yeah, because we got the cheat for this one, pre-mission replay.
I know you like to keep abreast of things, James.
And this one we haven't done, obviously, because it requires 00 agent. Discover and activate New York's alternate sprinkler systems. This was the bomb level, right? Yeah. Is this like the fire hydrants? Do we have to, or yeah, that's what they're called, right? Fire hydrants. Are you supposed to knock over like all of them? Because surely you can't get the cheat from just doing one of them. Okay, so ambush. This is the fucking forklift mission.
Afraid I have nothing to
Can I
show
skip
you
this
yet,
shit?
Mr. Bond.
Oh my god, you cannot.
You're going to have to work for it.
What's the cheat here? Health is an essential commodity in your line of work. Does that mean have a certain amount of health? Does it mean don't pick up any health? Does it mean pick up every health? I mean, it's interesting, but this mission is the last one I would want to replay in pursuit of cryptic cheat hint things. But it's cool. I think it's super cool that the cheats are not just completion time, that they're like specific hidden objectives in each level. That's actually super cool. But yeah, I wanted to kind of catch back up here and see if possibly two things. One, if we could figure out what a cheat is going to be for a mission we've cleared that we might want to, or at least be able to redo. Second is if we might have by some happenstance already cleared a cheat like we did for the first level. I wanted to see if, because we got a cutscene of a girl in an FMV thing after clearing mission 1, and it was I didn't realize, I thought it was just part of completing the mission, but when I saw that we got the cheat for mission 1, I thought maybe that FMV was connected to that. Maybe you get an FMV if you can like finish the cheat objective for that mission. But if we would have, rather, if we have already finished a cheat for some other level, then that means that that's not the case. And I would be curious to find out. Obviously, again, you could look up what the actual requirements are, but we're not going to do that. Yeah, so Highway Hazard, I was like, all right, so this mission went well. This could have been one.
You can turn off the charm, Mr. Bond. I'm immune. What does intrigue me, though, is a challenge. Are you up for it?
Different cuts. I just saw the first frame, so I thought it was the same cutscene. It was just like the same location, but it's like a different babe hanging out there. Cool. Injuring civilians will not be tolerated. Okay, so this is basically complete this mission on 00 Agent without touching a car. It's a short mission, so this would actually be a pretty fun challenge, I think. I mean, I say that now, not realizing how many of them I hit. Obviously, I know I hit people, but you probably, yeah, avoiding hitting a single civilian is probably going to be pretty tough. But if you're more concerned with doing that than finishing fast, maybe it's not as big of a deal. Of course, I don't know what actually is required to even complete it on 00 Agent, so it might still be really difficult, but interesting challenge.
Looking for something, James? Or just looking? Either way, I hope this will whet your appetite for adventure.
Yeah, okay, no, this is exactly literally the same cutscene as the first level's cheat. Okay, leave the enemy forces immobile. Does that mean like destroy every single enemy car, or does it mean destroy the black jeeps? I don't know. They're a little cryptic. It sucks that like the ones we could conceivably do are the ones that are cryptic, and the ones we can't are like understandable. Okay, no, it's just the warehouse
I know you like to keep
babes
abreast
that
of
were
things,
like different.
James. So here's a little hint that might assist you.
Curiosity that bears no fruit is wasteful. I reckon this means you have to destroy the tents that have pickups in them, but don't destroy tents that don't have pickups. Pretty stupid, but I mean, okay, it's the same. Yeah, we haven't done that mission yet, so we'll hop back. So this is, I'm just trying to count here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is the 7th mission. We've cleared 6, and it looks like we have the one prologue mission, and then there's 3 missions per location. Sounds about reasonable. That's the case. We've made a decent dent in the game, but we still have plenty of game left. We'll give this mission a shot. We'll see what it's about. And, you know, maybe it's another one first try type of missions, or it's a forklift type of mission. There's only one way to find out. All right, there's a tank. Activate 6 homing beacons, beat assassin, and make escape. With the fortress in ruins, you smash through a perimeter fence and speed onto the road. That would have been cool to see in a cutscene, but sure, we'll take the description. Game taking a strong tell don't show stance. Suddenly, several military vehicles, all heavily armed, burst through the smoke and flames and continue their pursuit. That would have been cool to see also. Outmanned and outgunned, you must escape the wrath of Georgy Koskov and his men. I guess he's from a movie. I'm trying to think, is that from The Living Daylights? Is that the dude who like stages his kidnapping from the safe house and turns out that he's working with the evil dude that's played by the same actor as Jack Wade? Is that who that is? They're bringing back all these characters that aren't like I make fun of how frequently we see like Jaws and Oddjob and whatever, and they're just like, either they're just back without an explanation, or there's like a casual line mentioned somewhere that the evil mastermind villain of the game has like a cloning machine to bring back old adversaries to life, which is what they say in The Duel for the Mega Drive, which is pretty good. But here they just bring out these sort of second stringer characters that I'm like, oh, I think I've heard that name. I don't really know who it is. And it's very funny for me to imagine Bond reacting that same way, like Georgy Koskov, huh? Rings a bell, but I'm not really sure who it is. But he's meanwhile has this like blood feud vendetta against Bond, I guess. Anyway, as you race away, Zukovsky explains that what started with his interest in bringing a legitimate automobile distribution program to Russia soon turned much more sinister. When traveling to a Mexican automobile plant to view their operation, he uncovered that his business partner, ex-KGB General Georgy Koskov, was not only involved in weapons smuggling, but had orchestrated the theft of dozens of vials of smallpox virus from the Institute of Viral Preparations in Moscow in concert with an unknown third party. When Zukovsky became uncooperative, he was held captive by Koskov's men. Well, is that one of the guys in GoldenEye, maybe? I don't fucking know. There's like a lot of evil Russian military men in Bond, it feels like. Anyway, he's a victim of circumstances always. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, so I guess these ladies were like the models, the character model, whatever that was credited in the manual. Escape Mexico.
Satellite reconnaissance has identified an escape route for you, 007.
New car?
Due to aggressive rebel activity, we are performing a high-altitude airdrop of the necessary equipment for your escape. You will need to guide the airdrop by activating your homing beacon periodically. As always, timing and precision will be imperative to your success. Good luck.
Another racing level? Oh, pretty cool sunset. This looks gorgeous. Okay, yeah, he's the guy from the Living Daylights. All right. Oh, wait. Okay, the red... okay, I thought... it was our little red blip at the beginning. I thought that was our car. It's like, oh, yeah, we got a new car somehow. But no, that was... Is that the boss, or is that the getaway? We're going to switch to a red car at the end of the level? I don't know. Zukovsky looks ready. Bond just sitting behind the wheel like a little gremlin. And half of his body appears to be missing, but that's fine. Improved airflow for better aerodynamic speed.
Do not hesitate. Destroy him!
Alright, I guess we're going... Wait, nope. Okay. That was just a black wall. Health's not looking great. I don't have it. Enemies respawning, of course. Oh, is there an opening behind the tank there? I think there might be.
Why you rescued me? You did have
Yep.
a plan.
Okay, there we go.
right?
Great start here. We might do a little research.
I hope you like fast driving, Mr. Bond.
Oh, the music's oh, there she is. Okay.
Enjoy a chase.
What happened to the homing beacons?
Please mind the finish, 007. You know what birds can do.
Alright, that was her in the car. I guess that makes sense.
Chill out, James. Are you trying to get me killed?
I'd no idea you were such a nervous passenger.
Okay.
The plan was impeccable, 007.
Oh, it's my fault, is it? Alright, let's try again.
Satellite
Yeah, so she's in this little alleyway to the side, which connects to the main road. Okay, now I understand.
Activity, we are performing a high-altitude airdrop of the necessary equipment for your escape. You will need to guide the airdrop by activating your homing beacon periodically. As always, timing and precision will be
So when I
inherent to your
collected that
success.
thing,
Good luck,
it didn't give me an inventory item, so I think we just have to drive past those things.
Do not hesitate. Destroy him.
That's like the main idea. Yeah, she's gonna join us here. Okay.
I hope you like
I think I understand.
Well, I'm always one to
Oil,
enjoy
but we'll
a
take that.
chase.
Health.
Please mind the finish, 007. You know
Beacon.
what birds can do.
Basically don't. Yeah, I lost half health for crashing into that Jeep.
I must stress, 007, that evasive maneuvers will ensure the return of the equipment intact and
Dude, they're
in
just
excellent
extremely
working order.
obsessed with returning the equipment, huh? Just like they don't give a shit about Bond's life. The Beat Assassin. Is this an actual race? Are we 007 racing? Am I supposed to get ahead of her?
Chill out, James. Are you trying to get me killed?
I'd no idea you were such a nervous passenger.
The trick is to quit while you're ahead, Mr. Bond.
That's one trick I've never learned. Perhaps you'll show me how it's done.
Okay.
Try to find a medical kit, 007.
Sprayed some oil all over the road. Hopefully that's helpful somehow. Okay, we're
I
being
hope
pursued.
your real talent lies elsewhere, Mr.
Oh, I'm hearing crashes behind me. That's good. How many of these are there? 6. I think we've got most of them. 3,000. Is that maybe it? Parachute.
Any in-flight service, Q?
All right. All right, let's just drop into this bottomless pit with our parachute. Bad guys explode. All right, that's pretty good. Got time bonus. That
You
should be
win this
fine.
time,
Okay,
Mr.
first try.
Bond. Enjoy it while it
94%.
lasts.
The very words I live by.
All right. Okay, maybe not quite a boss fight like I was predicting, but we take those, I guess. The ending. Why? Why did we drop down into a pit? Couldn't it be like driving off the cliff or whatever? And why would they follow us? I don't know. It's fine. Oh, sure. Continue. Let's watch. Like, there's a lot of things that are cool, like these little quips in the dialogue between the characters during the action. Like, that's something we haven't really seen in any of the Bond games, and it's very typical of the movies. That's a really cool little element. But there's so much of this that's so like goofy. So I wonder, like, what happens if you're not ahead of them? Like, will she drive into the pit first? Will she steal the parachute and parachute down the pit, and then we fail because we crash? So many questions. Yeah, more Crash Bandicoot music. Cool camera angles. But visually, I think this level looks awesome. Really beautiful. Like, the skybox does a lot of heavy lifting, but there's a lot of detailed textures and like the cliff. The geometry looks like believably detailed enough. You have the jungles, you're coming out of it, and you like on these cliffs. It's cool. Oh yeah, the oil slicks actually worked. Transitions, like, I think 3 levels is just enough. Like, at this point, more than welcome to see a change of scenery. Oh yeah, there's the parachute. You just drop down into this pit, hugging the wall. Explosion. It's, yeah, the end. I mean, I will say the way a lot of these stages wrap up is a little goofy looking, but this one is maybe takes the cake. Yeah, rip in peace, bootleg Xenia on top. Volskov's assassin. Yeah, she was around for a whole 90 seconds or so. But yeah, that's cool. Man, I just wish, like, you know, knowing Louisiana, of course. Oh, of course, we gotta reconvene with fucking what's his name, George W. Pepper or whatever. Oh, they should have put his picture there. That would have been sick. Oh, there should be like a boat raising level. That'd be kind of cool. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I forget. Oh yeah, the way, like, what's going on with the storytelling and the mission design and everything, and the dialogue that does happen during the missions. Like, I would have loved to see more cutscenes. I mean, hey, even that FMV we saw at the beginning, the cutscenes would be so funny and goofy that it's like, man, it's such a shame that they don't exist. Louisiana, I guess, is that red dot on the map then. So I reckon that we finished 2 worlds and there's 3 more to go. There's Louisiana and there's, I mean, maybe that left dot in Europe is supposed to be London, and maybe the one on the right is supposed to be like Denmark. Because I could see those 3 being New York, Mexico, and Louisiana. And it would be weird if there's just a bunch of dots on the map that aren't tied to the game, especially when there's so few of them. If this was just like a generic global domination Bond villain world map, you'd reckon that it'd have a few more dots on it than that. So by that metric, I guess we're about 40% through the game. In 3 hours 38-ish. Well, I wasn't expecting to clear that mission first try. Well, technically second, but it's a technical first try. So I guess we might as well do exactly what I thought we were going to do for the last mission, which is take a look and see what this mission is. Let's see what Louisiana will bring, and we'll probably wrap up after that. I need to get some dinner made. I'm getting pretty hungry. But we'll find out what's happening next here. Dr. Chase. Collect limpet mine pack. Deploy mines next to crates. Mines and crates. The most exciting things in a video game. Locate exit to detonate. Having successfully made your escape by parachuting down the ravine to the road below. Okay, there's a road down there in the pit. I see. Which is very funny to imagine that being like a thing that happens in a Bond movie. Like, there's this chase and like, oh shit, there's a parachute pickup on the road. Just grab it and install it on the car and drive into this pit and then like safely glide down to a road below. Anyway. You round a corner at full speed and come face to face with a powerful earth mover blocking the road. Your car smashes into the front bucket of the gigantic machine, rendering you unconscious. Man, why can we not get a FMV of James Bond in a fucking head-on collision, knocking himself out, driving into construction vehicles? That would have been amazing. What a way to have Bond like incapacitated. We didn't like fail to escape. We escaped, we got into our car parachute, we fell into a pit, emerged on a road, and then instantly just crashed into a fucking bulldozer and was kidnapped. Of all the ways to have Bond in peril, you know, incarcerated, without his equipment, whatever, just having him literally drive at full speed straight into a construction vehicle and getting knocked out is pretty good. It's pretty good. Your senses stir, you awaken in a darkened warehouse. A man towers over you and grins, exposing jagged metal teeth. He clicks a handheld remote, activates a video monitor to reveal a shadowy silhouette which addresses you chillingly. My amusement with you is quickly turning to irritation, Mr. Bond. Seizing my cars, disrupting my arms bazaar. Even so, enough finances remain to carry out my plan. In fact, it appears I owe your colleagues a debt of gratitude. The signature masking and carbon conversion technology I will soon gain from the exhaust system of the Q-branch vehicle, I'll actually be ahead of schedule. At that moment, Cherry's light emerges from the shadows and you stare in disbelief as she crouches beside you. We meet again, James. Thanks to you, that fool Zukovsky is now on a freighter bound for Siberia. She smiles cruelly and walks to Jaws' side as he reaches into the shadows and pulls a young woman into view. And now that we are in possession of the lovely Dr. Chase, the last cog falls into place. This is like a lot happening here in text form. Jaws shoves Dr. Chase into your arms, and the slamming of the metal door tells you that you're now alone. Two of us, I guess, yeah. You unclip your belt buckle to produce a small device capable of remotely piloting the stolen Q-branch BMW, which the control unit confirms is inside the warehouse. Looking through a barred window, you can see into the adjacent security room where a wall of TV monitors display each of the warehouse security cameras. Alright, so... James Bond, having driven headfirst into a construction vehicle, knocking himself out, has been apprehended, stuck in a dark room. Jaws shows up, turns on a TV screen where a mysterious villain explains their plot, sort of. Jaws stands there while the woman you rescued previously, who we have no relation to and don't really know who she is or anything, she just shows up and like, haha, I'm a villain. Some other lady who I guess is... Who's Dr. Chase? Do we know her? Is she like... Is she from a movie? The plot has not mentioned who she is or anything, right? We're just... There's this context-free doctor woman who's being pulled out of the shadow to be shoved into Bond's open arms. And Jaws leaves the room and we're like locked inside by ourselves. But we are producing a remote control from our belt buckle and we're peering out through the gap of a barred window into a security room with a wall of monitors on which we can see the car that we are remotely controlling with our belt buckle. Do I have that straight? Is that what's going on here? Can you guys imagine? Like, we're robbed of not getting a cutscene of this. This is amazing. So, right, Zukovsky was in the car with us when we parachuted down. And they stuck him on a boat to Siberia. A lot of shadows hiding sexy women in this room. What kind of room is this anyway? A shadowy silhouette. So we're not meant to know who the villain is yet, I guess. And they have stolen our Bond car, and it's gonna use that against us, I guess. All right, okay. Now that we're in possession of the lovely Dr. Chase, who I suppose we're meant to know who they are and what significance they have. So like they lock us up and they wake us up or whatever, just stand around waiting for us to come to, so they can give this speech and so they can show us that they have this woman also. Okay. I guess that's her. I don't know. Kojima level story writing. I don't know. It sure is something. Those who said that this sure is a video game, you weren't
now
wrong.
Listen closely, 007, as this exercise requires finesse and stealth, attributes which you seemingly disregard at times. You will need to use the remote control to pilot the BMW around the warehouse.
We have to watch the cameras. I mean,
it appears the car's onboard camera has been damaged in transport, so you'll need to rely on the warehouse security cameras for navigation. It's imperative that you destroy all the crates that house the stolen Q-branch technology.
They're getting
To accomplish
creative.
this, simply release an explosive charge next to each crate, find an exit, and depress the remote detonator. And 007, no foolishness, please. You only have minutes before you'll be detected.
Okay, there's like 12 things that make this sound horrible already. I think we're about to go beyond forklifts. That's my fear anyway. Yeah, so we got like green vision. We're gonna have like remote camera view. I guess the stealth element mainly boils down to we have a time limit. Maybe, I don't know if it doesn't sound like there's going to be like patrolling guards that we have to avoid, but maybe, I don't know. We have to, what, place mines next to crates and then we leave the room for them to detonate? There was something about that in the objectives, right? And like anything to do with mines and shit, like it's already, I mean, okay, let's try to figure this out.
I'm Dr. Melody Chase. They kidnapped me from the lab in Atlanta. Do you know who these people are and why we're being held here?
There's forklifts. Is this a wall? Oh, it's a window, okay. Are these the crates? Oh, no, there's a... okay. We need to collect mines. Collect limpet mine pack. Okay. So I guess there's only this one room, probably. Probably not some, oh, okay. The collectible thing up there. Okay.
007, pay attention!
Why do I... fucking you drive, Q?
Objective attained, 007.
Oh, thank you, camera. Okay. Oh, now we have a timer. I see. This video effect's kind of cool, but it's more than a little obnoxious. How do I deploy them? Oh.
You'll need to release the charge closer to the crate to destroy it. Pick it up and try again, 007.
Okay, so I gotta place one correctly. Trying to pick up... oh, I picked up the other one. Okay. Camera fault. It's like a delay. You press the button and then like afterwards. The radar is so... oh, it's up. I have to... I see. Okay. Time seems somewhat generous, all things considered.
Halfway there, 007.
I don't know what this thing up here is, but... is that a clock? I think it's a clock. Yeah.
After careful thought and deliberation,
I think there was health
007,
there.
I really wouldn't recommend that maneuver again.
Yeah, there was health. Another clock. Right. Health's actually totally fine so far, so... as for the stealth, I guess no one notices or cares that we're doing this. Thing here, yeah. Radar is actually quite helpful here. That's why there's a little bit of delay. There's like a little... he actually like drops it out the window. Okay, 60 seconds.
Objective attained.
A lot of weird noise. I think there was a thing in front of me. There we go. Exit. Drive around this. Is that the exit? Oh, it's in front of. Tell me I have to do some fucking stunt shit to go up. Oh, there's a magnet thing. Wait, do I have to go up? Will I get picked up? No, there's a... Wait, what? No. Oh, I see. Okay. Can I get up here? Cannot. Okay. I'm stuck.
The security system has detected something and is starting to cause interference on your display.
Starting to,
You
huh?
don't have much time left, 007.
I was like, wait, do I need to be like spaced correctly here? 14 seconds. Magnet's gonna pick me up. Oh, I didn't mean to fucking fall off.
The world will soon be mine, Mr. Bond. And even you can no longer stand in my way.
That seems to be what I was supposed to do, though, right? Like, the exit was up there. But I wonder if it, like, obviously, not being able to look around makes it tricky to see what's going on. But was I'm just trying to see what we can learn. Because I was trying to, like, push the other cars out of the way to get into position. But maybe you have to... like, I don't know. Because first I was thinking, you know, maybe the conveyor belt's going to advance by a set distance, and if you're positioned wrong, you're going to be pushed off it. But it actually, once I got to the end, it just like stopped. But I wonder if that somehow prevented the magnet from going down, or do you need to activate it or something? I wonder if there's more to it. If there's like some advanced puzzle solving required there. I thought we were doing fine on time, but then we ended up sitting there for like 10-20 seconds and nothing really happened.
Now listen closely.
But we'll give it another shot.
I'm Dr. Melody Chase. They kidnapped me from the lab in Atlanta. Do you know who these people are and why we're
Forklifts.
being held here?
There's no timer. I wonder if I could explore. I don't know. I was thinking too that maybe they're supposed to like jump up there or something, but that certainly doesn't seem to be the case.
Objective attained, 007.
All right. Okay, we're good. Stuck. I wasn't sure if that was going to be good enough. Okay, there's time somewhere in front of me. There it is.
Halfway there, 007.
I'm up there, but I think I'm doing this faster anyway. Oh yeah, that's right. There's one up there. The outlines are pretty hard to see when everything is green.
I think you want to avoid those ones, James.
I think there's a big giant skull and crossbones on that thing. Oh, there's one more. Okay. The interference is a little bit annoying. Oh, there's another clock here. Let's grab that.
Objective attained.
Oh, fuck, I see. The timer changes. So there's like a specific timer for this. Trying to
The security system has detected something and is starting to cause interference on your display. You don't have much time left, 007.
Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, let me sit here and figure this out. Oh, explosions. I guess we're safe. Alright, yeah, that was confusing. Did we do it?
Very impressive, James.
Yeah, there we go.
I like your idea of valet service.
Before we get the time bonus, it's always like just fucking barely doing it. Alright, that was cool. Like, I thought it was going to be terrifyingly terrible, but that was kind of fun. I mean, it was a little annoying, but still did it. Scenic Louisiana, ladies and gentlemen. But that's cool. I mean, I really think the game does a good job of making the missions feel really varied, and like they all have like different concepts and structures, and I think that's actually legitimately cool. All right, there's Jaws. I guess it's that bikini lady from the Cheats River Race. Capture Chiri's. Oh, is that her from stage? I guess it was from stage 1. Whatever. But you know what? We're gonna leave it there. 3 hours 58. Write that down. Have this thing open. Progression through this game has been surprisingly smooth, I gotta say. First mission was a little confusing. Took a while to kind of get our bearings, figure out what the game is, figure out how the game works. But, you know, it felt good. The second mission was pretty fun. The New York bomb stuff. And then we got, you know, the whole forklift situation came up. I think it's, you know, I said that sort of spoiled us on the game, because now we go into every mission expecting the worst, and you're just like, oh, this sounds terrible, and it's like doesn't fill you with a great feeling. And even when you have fun with the mission afterwards, you kind of go, whew, you know, we got lucky there. That could have been a forklift mission. But even having said that, like the forklift mission took what, an hour 40 minutes, something like that, to complete, and almost every other level has been like within 2 or 3 tries at most. So even if the game has 2 or 3 more of those forklift missions, on average, I think it's still going to be mostly fine. And I feel like there's been plenty of games like that, or at least a few of them, where it feels like every level is going to take forever, progress is really slow, you feel like you wrap up a stream not really having moved forward much from where you started. But looking at it realistically, that is not what's happening here. This is actually mostly fun, I think. The game is weird and silly and confusing at times, but you could absolutely say the same thing for GoldenEye or any of the games we've played recently. So I wouldn't hold that against it too strongly. I mean, there's plenty of room for improvement for a lot of stuff. You could easily imagine a version of this game that had a better kind of quality of life and was just, you know, less annoying and more evenly, you know, a more evenly distributed challenge. But I was legitimately kind of dreading this game the way some people had sort of built it up, but it's actually interesting. I think in a lot of ways this is more interesting than some of the previous games, because you kind of know what to expect with them in a way. I mean, all of the Tomorrow Never Dies and both the World's Not Enough games all have had like fun moments and neat surprises. There have been novelties to them for sure. But I'm actually quite enjoying this. The controls are mostly pretty good. Like, again, the thing that I get most annoyed with is the acceleration and like stopping when you have to reverse or forward. Like, that's always awkward, and it's the forklifts are just where that becomes the most problematic. But it's a pretty enjoyable game, and we're roughly halfway through, I reckon. So 2 more weeknight streams should probably be enough to finish it. Assuming we don't hit any other major roadblocks. But if there's no other levels like the forklift level, we could very easily I mean, again, we've played for 4 hours, and a solid third of that was one level. And the other 2/3 are like the other 6 or 7 levels or whatever we've completed. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. Feeling pretty good about it. I will be back to stream on Monday, and I reckon we'll be continuing with this game then and see how far we go. I will say this, by the way. I don't know if anything is how much has been announced in detail, but I know Goaty is doing the finals, the big finals to Gamer of the Year 2023 on his stream tomorrow night, which should be pretty fun. I'm pretty excited about that. I didn't participate in the competition because I had previous engagements basically throughout November, but it was a fun endeavor with a lot of people coming together to compete in various games. Pretty sick. And I'm pretty excited about the finals tomorrow night, so make sure to check out. In fact, let me remember that this is a thing you can do on Twitch. You can shout out Goaty _ and you can go follow him and be ready for some fun stream times tomorrow. Check that out. But let's check out who is actually streaming now, such that we may raid them. Let's see what is happening. I think I saw... Hang on. Thought I saw a notification. Let me see if I'm blind or if that was true. Yeah. You know, we rated them yesterday, but why not? Duke Donuts has been live for 3 minutes. Just went live. Perfect opportunity. Let's see what's going on over at Duke Donuts' stream. And go say hi to Duke while I go make some dinner. Thanks a lot for hanging out. This was fun. Take care, everybody. Have a nice rest of your weekend. And I'll catch you guys on Monday's stream, if not sooner. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.